The October 7th Reading Select Board meeting to order. Tonight's meeting is being broadcast on RCTV as well as Zoom. And the first item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, so we have a jam-packed meeting tonight. First, I will go over the agenda. And the first item is just an overview of the meeting, past and present. Essentially, why I put this on here is I just want to, typically it would be Melissa's turn in the rotation for me, passing off the chair to her to run this meeting. But I feel like I had to do this myself. Specifically that I've been running, I ran as chair of the charter committee for a year and a half, and all those meetings went off without a hitch. And it's clear and present that I cannot use the same style here at the select board. Whether that's good, bad, or indifferent, it's open to interpretation. So in that aspect, I would just like to clarify a couple items just moving forward. That every select board member shall respectfully address the chair, shall not speak until recognized by the chair, and shall speak to the question under debate, and shall avoid making disparaging comments about individuals. And no speaker at a select board meeting shall be interrupted except by a member making a point of order or by the chair. So hopefully going forward, we'll see how these rules end up turning out. Public comment is 2 minutes as well. It's going to be strictly enforced now. Jane and Maddie, Jane in the room for 2 minutes, Maddie online for 2 minutes. You'll hear some music when your time is up. So I'm going to adhere to the strict 2 minutes for that. And that is essentially it, I believe. And Carlo, you had something.
Yeah, I'd like to. Thank you, Chris. All right. I want to apologize for some of the comments I made at the last meeting. To the community of Reading, please accept my apology for the use of foul and inappropriate language that was said at the last meeting. As elected official representing the community, we are held to a higher standard, and I will continue to work and lead by a better example. After 5 years of lies and false accusations, I lost my temper. The constant political divide is taking away from the work that needs to be done. I can only hope that all 5 of us will work together for the betterment of Reading and its residents. Thank you.
Thanks, Carlo. Anybody else? All right, moving on to the rest of the agenda. So 7:05, public comment for any items not included on the agenda. I'm going to be clarifying that in the future within the agendas being posted. That means that for other items, we allow public comment, meaning on the proclamation for Italian Heritage Month at 7:25, you can speak on that as well. You have 2 minutes to speak on that, but if you speak during the public comment portion, then you can't speak on the proclamation for Italian Heritage Month if those are both your same comments. So you get one per agenda item. So after 7:05 public comment is 7:15 town manager report, 7:20 community spotlight, 7:25 the proclamation for Italian Heritage Month, 7:30 discuss establishment of a commission on disabilities in Reading, 7:45 discuss and vote on designation of a special municipal employee status fire department, 7:50 discuss and vote on fire department permit fee schedule correction. That's from the last meeting. 7:55 a public hearing, discuss and vote on a new annual all alcohol restaurant liquor license for Reading Forno LLC, DBA Toscana Forno, located at 45 Walkersburg Drive. 8 o'clock is discuss and vote on a trash and recycling contract. 8:15 discuss a lease amendment and memorandum of understanding regarding parking for the Reading Center for Active Living, recal, and the pickleball courts with Reading Ice Arena Authority, and authorize a select board member to engage in negotiations on behalf of the board. 8:20 is an update from the MBTA regarding the proposed turnback track. 9:20 is discuss and vote on appointments to the rec committee. 9:25 is discuss and vote on 32 Lincoln Street proposed roof repairs. 9:30, discuss and vote on an amendment to Select Board Communication Policy, Section 1.4, an addition of social media and cell phone sections. 9:50, Select Board Liaison Reports. 9:55, future agendas. And 10 o'clock, approve 2 sets of minutes. So hopefully we stay on time. Thank you. Double thanks. So first off, public comment. Angela. 2 minutes. Name and address.
So before you start the clock, this does delve into something that is going to be on the agenda later. I will not speak then if it's okay. I just prefer to do it now.
Yep.
Thank you. Angela Benda, Orchard Park Drive. I'd like to speak to something, an article I actually read in Reading Recap. But first, I'd like to say on September 10th, I received an email from the Select Board Burbank Ice Arena representative, Mr. Carl McFadden, which stated in part, I don't know why, as a taxpayer, I can't express my opinion on how we'd like to see the Burbank funds spent. My question is to the town administrator. Is that how you see this, Mr. Cornelis? You see that just as a taxpayer expressing an opinion on how Burbank funds are spent? Ms. Wellman expressed several times over meetings recently that she wanted to keep the Burbank and pickleball parking agreement as simple as possible, and that Burbank didn't really want anything, just the ability to use town parking occasionally. But that's not what Mr. McFadden announced to the school committee the other night. In a fine piece in the recap, the editor writes about Mr. McFadden appearing before the school committee, quote, McFadden revealed that the ice arena has reached a tentative agreement with the town to allocate 50% of its net income towards unified sport. What the article doesn't say is that the arena, that the town now receives 100% of the net income after its stabilization fund. So the town is not receiving anything additional from Burbank in this agreement. The town could actually lose flexibility in determining how funds are spent in lean years. This agreement is a real lose-lose for the town. There are better ways to fund unified sports, and those options need to be explored. At the meeting, Mr. McFadden said to the school committee, I am your representative, and I've been negotiating with the town. It was unclear, actually, who he was representing in those negotiations, especially as he was announcing this deal that the select board had not yet seen. Maybe if the select board had new sport rooms or a batting cage, you might have some input into negotiations. But for now, Mr. McFadden seems to just want your signature. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Two minutes, name and address.
Thank you. Good evening. I hope
I'll get
everyone had
online
a
in a
great
moment.
summer.
Well, don't start his thing yet. I'll look online in a moment. I think Jennifer said something, but I'll go to you guys after. All right, go ahead.
Good. Sorry. Good evening. I hope everybody had a great summer. My name is Lucas Prado, 85 Hancock Street. I'm a member of the Reading Turnback Committee, RTC, which advocates for responsible rail modernization and supports increased service from Reading Station. Our concern is not only the proposed turnback track location, but the troubling way information has been presented to this community. MBTA project managers have repeatedly shared sound study results that appear incomplete or misleading, results that downplay adverse impacts on residents. These findings were presented to the Reading delegation, to the RTC, to the 915 community meeting, even after concerns about their accuracy were raised on 9/9. This is not an isolated issue. Since the outset of the project, it has been marked by inconsistent data and shifting promises. A few examples: idling duration for diesel locomotives was initially 1 hour, now 15 to 20 minutes. Idling time windows have shifted from 5:30 a.m. to 11 p.m. to now 5:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. Road gate closures. On the 225 meeting, 12% increase was cited. At the 9/9 meeting, a 40% increase was cited. At the 9/15 meeting, no percentage increase was cited at all. The pattern is clear: incomplete data, inconsistent promises, and a failure to meaningfully engage the community most affected. We urge the select board and all relevant Reading officials to recognize these issues and ensure that any modernization effort is built on transparency, accountability, and genuine collaboration with the Reading residents. It is the responsibility of town officials to safeguard Reading residents. My request tonight, hold an emergency town meeting at the high school to brief the broader public on these concerns, particularly the butters in the entire Reading community. Second, commit to a process that requires complete, consistent, and verifiable data before decisions advance so residents can trust that what they are being told. Thank you.
Just in time. Did you want to go next? All right, 2 minutes, name and address. Thanks.
Mackenzie Reddings, Hancock Street. I'm following up on Lucas's comments and wanted to say that it's the town's responsibility to safeguard the residents, especially children, which many of us in the room have. I have a few questions that I'm going to lay out that I'm hoping that can be answered before any further discussion or anything gets approved for the turnback. How will the peak hour gates closures be mitigated? How can you promise prompt responses to an emergency? There are school shootings, which is a terrible thing to say. There are asthma attacks, and there are a million other concerns that the turnback track cannot take priority over community health. My second question is, how will the town prevent intersection lockup and spillback into the neighborhoods because of more gate closures? Boston police and fire need to be part of all of these conversations. And finally, who is responsible for creating additional parking if ridership increases? I have asked this question of the town multiple times and have not received a sufficient response. So I'm bringing it to the select board to hopefully get a better, clearer understanding of what this is going to do to our community. And with that all said, does the town have a plan for developing this infrastructure that will have to support the turnback? And if not, then this project cannot move forward.
Thank you.
Hello, Linda Russo, 55 Hancock Street. It shook me to my core when at one of the last meetings at the library about the turnback, someone said that she was for this project simply because it would be convenient for her not to have to look at a schedule. The convenience that some will gain will make life extremely stressful and some potentially dangerous for other residents of Reading. In my opinion, everyone in this town should be aware that there will be over 60 gate down closings a day that will be significantly inconvenient for our emergency responders trying to respond to health and fire emergencies, especially on the west side of town. As we have only one ambulance and it is located on Main Street, remember, we have 3 schools on the west side of town: Parker, Barrows, and Joshua Eaton. According to this board's overseeing of public safety, how will the town ensure emergency response times are not compromised given the projected increases in daily gate downtime and activation frequencies? Will Reading need another ambulance to keep us as safe as we are now? I don't think we should be less safe just because someone wants to have a convenient schedule. According to your authority to coordinate interagency operations, how will you, the board, implement emergency preemption when street crossings are blocked more frequently? Would it be possible to have communication between the train and the fire station to keep the gates open if an ambulance needs to respond to an emergency and have the train stop? Something similar to like what happens downtown when the trucks have to go out and there's a red light for everyone. Would it be possible, the police department has multiple vehicles that can be positioned in different sectors of the town. The ambulance, there's only one. We can't redistrict it. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Pat Crowley, 71 Vine Street. Since I have been coming here, I think since January, on this subject, I have to ask, why are we still here? Given that the town of Reading wants to enhance everybody's life, I question, are we doing it for all the residents, both the old and the young? And certainly, I have a lot of youth that ask me, when is this going to stop? And why are they doing it? I'm here to speak really on the environmental justice community. And for those that don't know where that is, and to those that are at home in the Tannerville, I apologize because they couldn't be here. They sit on the tracks, virtually on the tracks of the old Reading Highlands platform. And that community also encompasses more than just Tannerville. It's other homes in that area. According to the law, in 2023, the EPA empowered the state and local governments to protect residents from air and noise pollution. The residents of Tannerville comprised 80 units in nearby homes, and they were never involved in any of the planning, any of the discussion of the MBTA. They were never consulted. They never received the notice of intent the first time. Our group informed them and gave them the information. They were not informed of the recent NOI this past week. We informed them yesterday. They were sent a label to the housing authority, but none of the residents saw it posted nor received it. We gave them the information. Sorry, John?
That's 2 minutes. It goes by quick, unfortunately.
God, I had more. Well, I should have done an analysis.
Couple more in the room and then I'll get to online.
Awesome. All right, good evening, Aaron Perry, 55 Hancock Street. I'd like to cover some topics related to data access integrity and transparency related to the turnback track. So to kind of help frame these topics, the state auditor's March 4th, 2025 audit, the MBTA and Keolis contract, calls the MBTA a high-risk agency requiring consistent oversight because of its budget size, operational complexity, and the risks of the service that it provides. That same audit states in multiple ways that the audit was delayed by inconsistent and inaccurate information provided by the MBTA, prolonged waits for data, and data that didn't align with contracts and procedures. So the audit clearly outlines issues that directly undermine public trust. Residents have experienced these same exact issues. Repeat requests for raw data behind studies and presentations have continued to go unanswered. So why does this matter to Reading? Concentrated turnback operations affect public safety, emergency responses, gate closures and schedules, and local air quality. We need verifiable data, not just assurances, so that the town, first responders, and residents can confirm outcomes. So in this vein, I am requesting that the town take the following actions. I would recommend adopting a data access and transparency reporting framework that requires the MBTA and Keolis to post public data sets monthly to the town's website. Implement a system to share real-time gate closing data with emergency response teams. Adopt emissions and idling reporting transparency policies. Implement a third-party independent audit and review system to validate emission and idling reports, along with emergency response coordinations. And then finally, explore establishing a Reading Transit Committee. So these requests are all rooted in providing better service to Reading, and by making decisions transparent, data-driven, and focused on the health and safety of the residents.
Thank you.
Jason Russo, 90 Prospect Street. So this is in relation to the turnback track and the 60 gate down closings that will happen in one day, every day that this new schedule would be proposed. So in relation to emergency vehicles and the impact on those vehicles from those 60 gate down closings, the police department has multiple vehicles that can be positioned across the town. And I'm sure that there's a workable solution for that. But with only one ambulance, it's not possible for that fire department or for the EMTs to be able to be on both sides of that gate that's coming down the extra 60 times. So I'm sure it would weigh heavily on that EMT staff and their mission if they are kept from having the quickest possible response time. So therefore, could you, the board, request that the MBTA provide the fire department with a 1-week simulation of the projected gate closings so that they can have a realistic model to follow, as opposed to just waiting until this is put upon them to figure it out after the fact, when it's kind of too late. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Karen Janowski, 30 Azalea Circle. I'm not speaking on the turn back. I have another, something else I did want to bring up. At the last meeting, it was mentioned during public comment that Carlo Bacci, in his role as chair of the Simons Way Exploratory Committee, was, quote, continually promoting his interest as a pickleball player and instructor, end quote, and that this was acknowledged by a majority of the committee members. I want to be very clear, that statement is not true. I served on SWEC as the Council on Aging representative, and I can say with confidence that no such thing occurred. It would have been an ethical violation, and it did not happen. Carlo was elected chair at our very first meeting in December 2022. He stepped up to take the chairmanship, and again unanimously re-elected in the summer of 2023. If any of us had felt that he was advocating for himself, there's no way he would have been re-elected unanimously. It's time to put an end to that repeated claim. I have heard it mentioned by others publicly who did not serve on SWAC. It's inaccurate, it's unfair, and as someone who served on that committee, I want the record to reflect that I strongly disagree with that characterization. On another note, I'm very grateful for those who are working tirelessly to resolve all recal and pickleball issues for the benefit of Reading citizens, and I want to thank you, Jane and Matt, for all that you were doing. I was going to say something more about pickleball, but I don't, just in case I want to say something later on during that conversation, I will, based on what you've said, Chris, I won't say it now. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room? Yep.
Mark Agnew, Lee Street. Last year, the MBTA proposed spending $11 million to lay a mile of track to idle empty diesel locomotives a mile away from the train station, next to a dense residential neighborhood and on top of the town's protected aquifer zone. Stationary, empty trains idling in a new location for 7 hours a day, all in the name of cutting 15 minutes. As we said then, this does not just affect the people who live next to the track. Reading police and fire chiefs expressed concerns about the significant impact to public safety. Do the people of South Street know the impact to the time it will take for an ambulance to cross town because it's stuck at a gate that will close every 15 minutes? Do the people of Walnut Street know that a fire truck will be delayed for the same reason? What about the people crossing Route 28, Woburn Street, Willow Street, or Ash Street? Over 1,200 people signed a petition to stop that project back in February. Today, the MBTA is back with the identical plan, hoping that everyone forgot how bad of an idea this really is. We expressed concerns about pollution. This project emits so much pollution it requires diesel made from used cooking oil, which is double the cost of regular diesel. Have the costs of the less available diesel been considered? Even assuming its implementation, the MBTA's own chart predicts a doubling of cancerous NOx emissions. We expressed concern about noise. The MBTA performed a sound study in April by idling a train for 20 minutes for 1 day and claimed noise was insignificant because it was 2 decibels under the allowable limit. Did the MBTA model the actual proposed schedule? Has anybody even seen the proposed schedule? A few weeks ago, the MBTA questioned where we got the 7 hours of idling, which was on their own chart. As the MBTA knows, there's a 10 decibel penalty for noise before 7 a.m. Did you know that? The MBTA failed to apply that penalty to a diesel locomotive that will be idling in the new location at 5:30 in the morning. Like the dismissed pollution impact, the dismissed noise impact is a deceptive misrepresentation by the MBTA. We deserve answers, and they can't be, we're just a railroad, and the frequency is an operational issue.
Thank you. Yep.
I should be the last.
Okay. Until we get online.
Yeah.
Till you open it up. Allie Hitler, Alexandra more formally. I've been working with these guys since I moved.
Sorry, you can
12
start the
Hancock
timer.
Street.
Okay, thank you.
I've been working with these guys since last year. When I moved here and when this all started, I was breastfeeding one of my kids. So I have very small children that will be affected by this on Hancock Street. So thank you to my fellow residents for their questions this evening and to everybody that's here to listen. I'm a resident. I'm a weekly commuter rail rider from Reading to North Station and a mother of 2 small children. I could stand here and elaborate on how this turnback track will increase traffic that will make morning drop-off a nightmare. An unwanted pollution to the brand new conservation land, pollution to our homes, the little lungs that play in our backyards, the noise, the disruption, you name it, we've explored it. But rather, I'll pose questions that we're still looking to be answered. According to your authority to call special sessions, will you convene an emergency town meeting if key issues aren't resolved by a certain date? What is the source of the funding for the turnback? Is there a deadline that needs to be met to have that funding be spent? Will you establish a transit committee? We've brought that up time and time and time again because we feel like we're the most researched, probably more than the actual MBTA employees at this point, and their data is just not matching up to what we're finding. If this goes through, I'm under the impression that it will because it seems like we don't have any authority. What is the measurement for success? Is it 1 person per train? What if there is no increase in ridership? What then? Do we then tell them to decrease it? I ride that train. I'm looking for improved transit, and I do not think that this is the answer. Does this board at this present moment have the baseline data and clarity on what the MBTA's KPIs are for this project? If the answer is no to any of those questions, there is still a lot more work that needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room? Anybody on the line, if you want to raise your hands?
Yes, but I don't know how to raise my hand here.
Well, you can go first with name and address then, please.
I'm Kyle Torno of 43 Vine Street. Of course, we're disappointed that any of this is happening in our town. One of the key things is not only the pollution, but the noise pollution. I would like it to be on your responsibility to ensure that if the MBTA is going to railroad us with this development going through, and it's not situated at the train station where it really belongs, and they're going to park the train in the middle of the park where it does not belong, that acoustic panels be demanded by this committee and Conscom as a way of mitigating the acoustic problem that's going to occur. That sound barrier can be something that's not a stone wall. As an architect, I've worked on having designs that baffle the sound of high noise creating HVAC systems when required to address the decibel levels in the neighborhood of a new project being developed, et cetera. This is a viable ask. It's something that could be the length of just the diesel train where the oil pan tray will be placed. It can be constructed. There's no excuses in terms of the width of the train bed and anything else. This is something that as a town board that is acting on behalf of the constituents that in particular live close to the train tracks and will be impacted, that this action should be taken and ensure that the MBTA installs that. Thank you.
Thanks, Kyle. Jennifer, I think I saw your hand. You can unmute and 2 minutes.
Yes, hi. I'm Jennifer Allen. I live at 10 Hemlock Road, very close to Joshua Eden, kind of in the backyard of Joshua Eden. A few things. Number one, obviously it's concerning about the emergency response time, especially because I'm very close to South Street in that area. I have a 3-year-old that has had to be hospitalized about 7 times for significant asthma, and I have concerns about the air quality, which I'll get into in a second. And I have a 5-year-old that has severe nut allergies. So we unfortunately have had to utilize the ambulance service more than once for both kids. So there is definitely a concern for me related to that. But even the more significant piece is the long-term health effect of this and what the air quality component, what that looks like. I did swing by the Board of Health a few weeks ago and I inquired, is there agreed upon air quality testing? Who is going to be responsible for doing that? And they were saying that the MBTA has not been very transparent with any of that. They haven't even agreed to pay for testing. And so again, I think, you know, it's one thing, it sounds like we have no choice, it's just going to be thrown in Reading regardless, but I definitely think they need to be held accountable and they need to be responsible for their actions, and we need to make sure, I really appreciate fellow residents here saying we should have a committee in place. How are we going to hold them accountable? What if they violate it and they don't come through? Because the MBTA has been notorious. As someone that rode the MBTA for 15 years working at Mass General, I can say they never come through on many of the promises that they promised over the years in terms of ridership. And so again, significant concerns with the air quality component. And maybe it's been discussed in other meetings. I didn't have the opportunity to attend, but what are the chemicals that are going to be released? Do we have studies on, again, what that impact would be?
Thank you, Jennifer. Anybody else online? Maddie, in case I can't see anyone. Does anyone raise their hand?
Don't see any more hands raised.
All righty. All right, so we will move on to town manager report. Matt, take it away.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple brief updates. So the Reading Coalition held its Time to Gather, a time to remember those lost to suicide and substance misuse. A few weeks ago, it was a very moving tribute held right here outside of Town Hall. I was happy to participate and present the first ever Reading Poetry Prize to Reading High School senior Aaron Soto, who came and read his poem. So I would like to thank Erica Mallett, the Reading Coalition, and all the guest speakers that made it a very successful event this year, very well attended. I'd like to mention that the Reading Finance Committee has scheduled a financial forum to kick off our budget season. That'll take place tomorrow night, October 8th at 7 p.m. at the library. FinCom will meet again on October 15th to actually vote on the guidance for the budget, for the FY27 budget. So we are getting right into the teeth of budget season beginning tomorrow night. I'd also want to mention that the Reading North Reading Chamber of Commerce will hold its annual fall beer garden this Saturday, October 11th from 3 to 7 in the Town Common. This is a free family-friendly event with live music and kids activities, so it should be pretty fun. And we're hoping for great weather, and we'd like to support the Chamber in this endeavor. Many of the things I've been updating you on the last few meetings, like trash and recycling contract and the MBTA turnaround track, are on the regular agenda tonight, so I'll be covering those during the regular agenda items. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Jane, did you have something?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do. The Eastern Gateway Community Workshop is coming up on October 27th. The workshop will summarize project feedback to date, provide active participation in small group design activities, share visual concepts for the district. The public's feedback is needed to help shape future zoning and can encourage future investment in private development that aligns with the community's vision. Our SVPs are not required, but they're requested, and they're on the town website for that link. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we will move on to 720 Community Spotlight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last week, like 2 weeks ago, I think I spotlighted a volunteer. This week, there's a few employees that I would like to mention. So I wanted to congratulate Reading Police Officer Kaylin Balbo. She has just recently been named the department's Employee of the Quarter. And she was very active this summer with residents, helping to foster positive community relationships. Officer Balbo stopped by several lemonade stands, issuing many bicycle helmet citations to kids where they get free pizza and ice cream. And this is all during her daily patrol shifts. So she's become quite popular with the children out there. So I want to say to keep up the good work to the officer, and we'll see her out there next summer, I'm sure. And just another brief update. Also, now that school is back in session, I'd like to highlight two of our most dedicated crossing guards, Tina Lance, who's been a crossing guard for 31 years here, and Sydney Assey, who has been a guard for 30 years. So both are back working hard to ensure that our children are safely crossing the streets on their way to school. They're sort of unsung heroes out there, crossing guards. So I would like to shine a little spotlight on them tonight. So thank you.
Thanks, Mel. I'll just add to that, Cindy, I know that how you mentioned that she celebrated the 30 years, that the residents in the neighborhood that walked that route, Alicia Williams and a couple other ones, ended up giving her some gifts that they raised money for her. So it's good to see that happening as well, because she used to work at Raytheon and then answered an ad in the newspaper, and I could write a whole story on this.
That's how it happens.
Perhaps I will.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, so we will move on to the proclamation for Italian Heritage Month. This was brought forward by Carlo, so do you want to go over it, or what did you want to do?
I don't mind reading it.
I don't know if you wanted to say something first before you did it, or, you know.
Oh, no,
Whatever you want.
there's too much to say. I'm just going to read this. All right. Well, I guess it's good to know. I learned it by Googling it, that the State House, this is what prompted this, made it a law in 1999 that October, every October is Italian American Heritage Month. And they have a big celebration. And my uncle was honored 2 years ago. I wish I did this last year as chair, but I didn't. So I requested it this year. So they have a really great celebration where they honor distinguished Italian Americans for their contributions to society. And a lot of communities and states celebrate Italian Heritage Month. So for the proclamation, whereas Italian Americans have made significant contributions in the cultural, social, and economic fabric of the United States, and their influence continues to shape the national identity. And whereas the month of October is a time to honor and celebrate the rich traditions, history, and achievements of Italian Americans who have enhanced the diversity and strength of our nation through art, science, industry, and civic engagement. And whereas Italian Americans have contributed to the growth and development of our cities and towns, enriching our shared history with their distinctive customs, languages, food, music, and festivals. And whereas we recognize the role of Italian Americans in fields such as education, politics, business, entertainment, science, and technology, whose accomplishments continue to inspire new generations to contribute to the greater good of society. And whereas Italian Americans have preserved their cultural heritage through family values, community traditions, and the nurturing of future generations who continue to honor their heritage while embracing the diverse American identity. And whereas the month of October serves as an opportunity for all to celebrate the history, contributions, and culture of Italian Americans, as well as the importance of cultural exchange and understanding. Now, therefore, we, the Select Board of the Town of Reading, do hereby proclaim the month of October as Italian Heritage Month in Reading, Massachusetts, and urge all residents to join in recognizing and celebrating the many contributions of Italian Americans to our community and our nation. In witness thereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Reading, Massachusetts, to be affixed the 7th of October, 2025.
Thank you, Carlo. I appreciate the flexibility, since this is being done on October 7th and not requiring a special meeting or anything else at the beginning of the month. So I appreciate you being flexible in how you handled this. And, you know, I've learned a lot from Italian Heritage Month myself, from reading the articles that I've seen pop up. And I believe I'm somewhat Italian, mainly Irish. I don't know. I know more about my dog than myself. So she's half Cavalier, whatever. But in any event, you know, it's good to see these kind of things celebrated. And I was going to bring it up in my liaison reports, but we obviously had the Pizza Fest here a couple of weeks back, which was a massive success, I think, in my opinion. And it's good to see this coming after that. So. Anyone else? Anyone from the public? Thanks. 2 minutes, name and address.
Guy Manganello, Richard Road. I want to thank Selectman Baji for bringing this to fruition. For more than 2,000 years, the genius of Italian minds has shaped the world we live in and deeply influenced the United States of America. From the ancient world, Cicero taught us the principles of law and liberty that inspired America's founding fathers. Julius Caesar's reforms and leadership shaped Western governance. Virgil's Aeneid and Dante's Divine Comedy gave meaning to duty, destiny, and moral courage. Lessons echoed in our own nation's story. During the Renaissance, the Italian spirit reignited humanity's pursuit of excellence. Da Vinci's imagination bridged art and science. Michelangelo's masterpieces defined beauty. Galileo, the father of modern science, showed the world the truth is worth pursuing, even against all odds. Machiavelli explored the realities of power, shaping political thought studied in American classrooms to this day. In the modern age, Italian brilliance powered new worlds. Volta's electric battery sparked the age of energy. Marconi's radio united continents through sound. Enrico Fermi, working here in America, built the first nuclear reactor and ushered in the atomic era. Rita Montalcini's discovery of nerve growth factor opened doors in American medicine and neuroscience. Italian Americans carried that legacy forward. Amadeo Giannini founded Bank of America to give opportunity to immigrants. Fiorello LaGuardia, as mayor of New York, redefined public service and integrity and compassion. Tony Scalia shaped modern constitutional interpretation of the U.S. Supreme Court. And through culture, Sinatra, DiMaggio, Francis Ford Coppola, Scorsese gave voice to the American dream through song, sport, and film, telling stories that resonate with every generation. Today's innovators, like Fagan, creator of the first microprocessor, Arnold Nobel Prize-winning engineer, carry that torch of excellence into the future.
Thank you, Guy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yep. 2 minutes, name and address, please.
My name is Giuseppe Guy Federa. I'm with Ave Street. That was fantastic, Guy. Thank you for the history. I would like to talk about and honor the Italian-American community. We in the Italian-American community have three things that are embedded in our souls. It's our faith in Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, our family, and our culture. There's nothing that on this planet or beyond that can break that bond. And it's been so for thousands of years, and it will be so for thousands of years more. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? Anyone online, Maddie?
Not seeing any hands online.
All right. Karen, do I have a motion?
Move that October 2025 be recognized as Italian Heritage Month in the town of Reading.
Second.
Seconded by Melissa. Any discussion?
I got a friendly amendment.
Sure.
So strike 2025.
So.
It'd be just October.
Okay. And that's fine with me. Karen?
Kind of information to understand your amendment. You want it to be permanently
Annual thing like we do for other proclamations, yes.
for the entire month of October.
October is Italian American Heritage Month.
So does this limit other proclamations for the same month? If the atheists want a month named after them, like, does it mean that we can only have 1 month?
I don't think so, no. I brought this forward. Anyone's welcome to bring anything forward.
Appreciate that clarification. I'm not sure I'm sold on this. I like our ability to display flags on the common. We have to be very careful about how we do this and not run afoul of not being able to say no when, let's say, the atheists want us to declare December as Atheist American Month. So I'm not going to support this. I'll abstain if that makes the board more comfortable.
I would just like to say I was under the similar mindset of Karen a couple years back when I made the same arguments that she's making now. But I don't want to say the catch in this scenario, because I said I would bring forward anything any resident brings me, because, listen, it's not about me up here, it's about everybody else. But to that point, it was discussed that as long as it was a board member that was doing this, it doesn't fall into the same scenario as a flag policy or something else. Do I agree with that? Not really, but that is what Ivrea has stated to me multiple times, and that's the way that I look at that going forward.
Can I just have clarification?
Of course, Karen.
So we've had a couple of months where we had other proclamations, just for my own information. Do we have to request every year at the same time for the proclamation? So would this fall into that category? Like
yes.
In August, we'll start planning for October or September. Is that?
It's not a written fast and loose kind of policy. It just, yes, it's been
asked each year to do it.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
I'm just following the state, Karen, but the state has done.
Oh, no, I just was curious. I didn't know if, starting in January, we can look at our calendar and see all the different things that we usually do, just so they don't fall through the cracks. And you had some kind of fall through the cracks. So that's all I was.
Yeah, there's certain things that we do on a yearly basis, and we have been doing. DPW Week, Pride Month, to name a few. And we're doing some proclamations for that. So, I brought this forward. I'm an Italian American.
I have no problem with it.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure.
Okay.
That's all.
Yeah.
Yes.
You were mentioning following what the state does. Has this been declared at the state level the entire month?
This is a law. Yes.
Yeah.
They're actually flying a flag. Boston City Hall.
So I'm just wondering if we need to do this. They've already declared it. We just need to put the flag up.
We're not putting the flag up. This is just a proclamation.
Let's put the flag up.
Well,
I like that. Thank you, Karen.
But no, unfortunately, we are not. The flag is a whole different scenario. So the way that this is did you read it? I think it was a friendly amendment.
25,
I think.
But he amended it. Is that okay?
I'll second Carla's amendment.
So any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Abstained? 401. So then back to the main motion, Karen, which you already read, right? And Melissa seconded. Any discussion?
No.
Seeing none. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstained? 401. Thank you. We'll pass this around. Carla already signed it.
Thank you to everyone who came. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so where are we? 7:30, discuss establishment of a commission on disabilities in Reading, page 6 in the packet. Albert, you will present
Albert
it?
has a presentation of the board and to present it.
Of course. Thank you, Albert.
Is it coming up?
Maddie should be bringing it up.
Maddie's going to bring it up, yep. Yep, here it comes.
Do you want to just give it a sec, Albert? I know people are still clearing out, so everyone can hear you.
Thanks.
Some seats freed up.
Laura's going to handle our difficult job.
Difficult job.
All right, the floor is yours, Albert.
Thanks, Chris. So again, thanks for the opportunity to talk about the disabilities condition. This is a good way to frame it as a discussion. Just before I just do some big thank yous again, thank you, our town manager for his overall. Keep going.
It's up to you.
Oh, I just keep going.
Yeah, I hear you.
Overall support for this work. Thank you, Karen Herrick, for bringing this initially to this conversation and to me and to the others. I know this is a conversation that has started in the past in terms of having a commission on disability. So I'm just kind of happy kind of in my role to kind of further that conversation. So kind of before I dive in, again, I just want to give an overall support and thanks for our support for the Office of Equity and Social Justice. That's now about 3 years old now. Next month will be 2 years for me. And so it's been kind of great being in this role and kind of furthering along the work of any community here in Reading that feels like they don't have a voice or feels like they are kind of left off of the conversation. So again, that's my overall work that I'm doing here. So this conversation, I think, again, is really about me just sharing just some information about how it looks to create an Office of Disability here in Reading. You've created offices, you created disability commissions before, so this is not anything I think that's new to you guys, but I think my job is just kind of share with you a little bit around what I found in my research around this, and then obviously the decision is yours to kind of, if you want to bring this on. So, Matt, if you want to turn to the second, next. So I think the context of this discussion kind of sits for me in kind of 4 areas. One is, as I was coming into this office, they did a needs assessment about 2 years ago, and that really, I think, highlighted a lot of the areas around the need of the disabled community. And so I think those popped out pretty clear to us. We put those links out publicly, so I think that's out there in the public domain for folks. Again, the core of the work that I do in the office, again, is really about addressing any marginalized community, but also those communities that may need extra attention based upon that. And disabilities community is definitely one of those. And then finally, I think that fastest growing community here in Reading, as we know, is 55 plus, which is impacted tremendously by disability is impacted in that community tremendously. So, and also finally, the Reading Public Schools through their CPAC program really, I think, highlights the work around this disability community within the public schools. So I think those 4 areas are really make this conversation, particularly now, timely to have it. So next page, Patty. So this is kind of texty slide, but basically I want to kind of highlight 2 things on the slide. One is that this idea of what is a disabilities commission, and also want to tie in there this ADA coordinator, which I have now become for the town of Reading for the last about 4 or 5 months. Thanks to our town manager for that assignment. So I speak about those 2 in this particular slide. Again, very dense and also very small in text. But for the most part, this commission and its function is kind of an advisory role. And the advisors are municipal government, you guys, on the needs of the disability community, I guess the town and city level, obviously we're a town. Also, it informs us about the concerns and best practices that are needed for the disabled community. So again, those are 2 kind of buzzwords: advise, inform, that center on this disabilities commission. Also, I think it's important to state that the ADA coordinator, which is not always tied to the disabilities commission, is something I think is unique here. We have in Reading. I'll share another slide later, some other peer communities that have the same kind of function. But that is something by law, as a municipality, we have to have an ADA coordinator. Is that right?
No, it's, no, this is being discussed. Later on in the agenda, we're discussing that, Albert.
It's on disturb. I don't know what happened.
Appreciate you. So this ADA role is something obviously mandated by the state that we have to have for years. Laura's here. It's sat in our clerk's department. And so basically, this is something by law we have to have it. It supports the disabled community and everyday activities that are going on with that community. And the coordinator is a municipal staff person. Again, I'm sorry, Laura served in that role, now me. Really, I think it really helps to ensure that we are compliant. So it's a compliant kind of position. Also kind of handles disability-related issues. There's a grievance policy that usually kind of follows this process. Again, I said it earlier, this has been kind of by default with our clerk's department since '84, since it's been a mandate by the state. So this opportunity now for the coordinator to kind of sit with someone like me who's kind of doing this work is kind of an opportunity if we chose to go that direction in terms of having this, be in the office and also supporting the commission itself. So next slide, Magic. Maddie? Thanks. So I think there's a few ways that this commission supports the municipality. One is it, as I mentioned earlier, it advises us on how to stay compliant. Also, it really partners, which I think is a key thing that we in the community should know. This partners with people with disabilities to make their voice be heard, which oftentimes is not heard. Also, it really allows us to assist the town in ensuring that we're meeting requirements based upon, there's a link here, but really there's some requirements that we have to kind of meet as a municipality that really helps us stay in line with those, ensures that we stay in line with those. Also, really helps keep this is a term we may not be familiar with, is really making sure that we keeping up to date on this transition plan, which is something, again, that we have to have as a state, as a municipality. We haven't had it. I think we've been okay, but I think we need to make sure that we have those two components, a transition plan as well as a compliance policy that we can follow. Also, it really helps us to share the concerns of developers. So anyone, we have two big projects happening right now uptown, but make sure that we're reminding developers that we kind of have, this commission in place, and it could be a way to partner with them as well as they're coming in and doing their projects. Also, can review projects that are going on, like with planning and other town meeting projects, really allows us to make sure that we're not just compliant, but really just making sure that we're being thoughtful about those spaces. And finally, again, it coordinates with, advocates and those like officials that are looking to, within the disability around laws and regulations. So it's dense, but I just want to let you know these are some key ways that this commission supports the overall municipality. Maddie, next slide. So again, some of this stuff I think is pretty straightforward, the way any board, any commission you have. For this, we can have up to 13 members, and it's chosen by you, the select board, or the town manager. It's made up a majority of people with disabilities, which I really think I love that. One member has to be from an elected official, kind of you guys. One member has to be an immediate family member or person with disability, and members are initially appointed. It's staggered 1 or 2 year, 3 year terms. And not a whole lot of requirements around it. You have to have 10 meetings, keep records, annual reports. So it's not a whole lot that's different than probably any other commission or board you have here at Reading. Next slide. So again, something you guys will love. I think there's a couple of ways that finances kind of come through this. One is there's this grant, Municipality ADA Improvement Grant, that pretty much is guaranteed to any city or town that has a commission. You can do upwards of $35,000. The average award is about $10,000. It opens up in May, closes in June. So that's a timeline for it. And so it's something I think that we can be mindful of in terms of revenue for this particular commission. Also, you can receive gifts and property, things like that to help support the commission as well. A lot of this is based upon what the town decides or what the commission decides they want to do with their particular kind of program for the year, and that kind of drives the budget. Also, the other pot of money comes from something that I've connected with our assistant chief of police around parking tickets. So something that illegal parking tickets and handicap spots, that revenue is supposed to set aside in a separate fund to support the commission. Again, so she was looking into that, our deputy commission, assistant deputy was looking into that to see kind of what that looked like for us here in Reading. Next slide, Manny. So quick dues, again, just, what the commission does, advises again, some examples, looking at systemic things around barriers and services, looking at how to suggest some different policies that can support the disabled community. What it doesn't do is help with specific requests from private business or individuals. So that's a big distinction. I want to make sure that we're doing that. And I talked to a lot of folks in my research around this, a lot of, folks that are IDA folks or folks running commissions. And this is something I think there's some blurry lines there. So I think we have to be very clear with our residents around that these aren't kind of individual requests that are taken around this. Next slide, man. Again, so just that's how you started. Again, you kind of propose members for adoption. Again, I'm trying to tell you how to do your job, but this is more just me just putting together this for you guys. You take a vote, develop goals and guidelines for your commission, and you get the members. It's kind of pretty straightforward with that. The good thing and it's a slide coming in a few minutes, that we're not obviously last in doing this, and there's other folks that, other towns or peer communities have done this. So I think we can kind of borrow some similar models around what other municipalities have done. But again, this is something pretty much you guys have done before. So next slide. So these are peer communities. Again, these are hyperlinks, so you can kind of look. I mean, some great things happening in the other communities around their commissions. Some folks are being real creative. Some folks are just kind of, in some ways, keeping the seat warm. My town's, and I live in Winchester, so we have a pretty active community. You guys, we can battle against them if we want to, but we're, but yeah, some really great things that folks are doing out there. I think, so these are some examples around, I think, what we could kind of follow around some of that stuff. That's it for me. So just want to share some resources. Last slide. Again, the state does a really good job of giving us information about these commissions, how to support them, how to structure them, examples. So I think they make it kind of easy for us who are looking to kind of establish these up. So so any questions for you guys?
Thank you, Albert. Board members, any questions? Melissa.
Thank you, Albert, for bringing this to us today. I know this has been a conversation that we've discussed here, but never actually have gone, taken this next step. So I appreciate you doing that for us. So I just want to clarify something that I think I'm correct on, but to be eligible for the municipal ADA improvement grant, we have to have a commission, correct?
Yeah.
Yes, that's what I thought. Okay. I mean, for me, that seems like not only to try to apply for this grant money and just to, make sure we're, doing the right thing by all our residents in town. I completely support this.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you.
You're welcome.
Karen?
Can you apply for the grant every year?
You can. Yep.
And excuse me, what is the transition plan?
Right. Yeah, I'm still learning. Again, some of this is I'm still doing my homework like I was in school again with some of this stuff, So
you can say you don't know.
I can say that?
You can.
Yes. Can I say that?
We'll learn it together.
No, I mean we're all learning together, and I think what it really encompasses is that everything that you are doing in your work around ADA falls in that plan. Okay, and typically the plan is kind of, I remember being updated like every 5 years. It involves like any kind of structures in your community, anything. So it's all there, but it's,
So it's something we'd work on when the commission is starting.
Well, no, they're separate.
Oh, they're separate?
Yeah,
Okay.
so I'm sorry, I put two things in this presentation together. One is I put the ADA work, which kind of ADA and the kind of, which has these two big buckets, which is our grievance policy and the transition plan. Those are two things that come with the ADA work. And then separate from that, you have the commission. So essentially the commission, the ADA stuff is we have to have that be compliant with the state. Commission, you don't have to have a commission.
Okay.
You're not out of compliance if you don't have a commission.
Okay. I love this idea, and I got caught so by surprise by thinking that the largest population is over 55. I just assumed it was all school age.
Fastest growing community.
I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
Fall into that category. So
so do
I love that. And thank you for bringing it to us.
You
Thank
got
you
it.
for how you were getting it here too.
Hey, Karen?
Thank you. I was just about to say, this is brought up by residents. I see at least two here who have brought this up in the past, and I would love for them to comment this evening.
Sure.
But I have to agree with you. I didn't know anything about this, so I appreciate you being here and taking the time to educate us, and I'm fully supportive. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having the opportunity.
Carlo?
Yeah, thank you. So just so I understand it, Laura is passing the baton to you.
That's already passed.
It's already passed.
Yeah, we're running. So she literally passed it to me 5 months ago. I've been running. Yeah, I'm running fast. No, I mean, yeah, that is that ADA work that Laura officially through our town manager passed to me, the ADA coordinator. So I am that officially for the town for the last 5 months. I think it is. Is that pretty much the math here?
Okay, and I think most of us know up here that this wasn't brought up because we're lacking in ADA compliance or we're not doing the right thing. This is just formalizing a committee to help.
Yeah, so kind of separate again a little bit. And I'm sorry again, if I confuse folks, I put two things in the presentation, I apologize. So the ADA work, I just wanted to reference it because first you have to have a staff person that has to staff the commission. So we would have that, do this kind of role. We were out of compliance with the ADA work, but just there was we were slightly out of compliance. So I think we didn't have a grievance policy, and we did not have a transition plan. Those are the two like low-hanging fruit things that we have to do it now. I have two of those, one of those in draft form now. So that's coming down the pipe. So we definitely need to get that up, and that's for the ADA work that has to get done up on our website. Yes.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thanks, Albert. Speaking of running, you don't have a cast on for the first time in 2 years. Is that
Absolutely.
the first time in like 2 years at this point? Like
I've been running. Yes.
Pay attention to people wearing casts. So speaking with the work that you're mentioning that we have to do, so who oversees the policies and procedures that you're currently doing? Would it just be you, or does it get signed off by Matt, or like the grievance policy that you have? Who would be the sign off?
So what I understand is that it's the town manager that would sign off on that grievance policy and transition plan. That's how I've understood it from talking to from other colleagues as well. But I can look into that a little bit more to find out that for sure for you both.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if it's something that we have to do, or it ends up being the committee, but that seems separate. I think you mentioned.
Yep.
Just kind of the not semantics, the parameters that would have to go by. And you said there was another policy as well. I think there was something else. 2 things, right?
So you have a transition plan and you have a grievance policy.
Yep.
Those are 2 things that typically with the ADA work kind of up on your website. They kind of tell town residents, here's the process for us actually having to file a complaint or whatever like that. And the town has its way of telling the residents, this is what our process is. So it's kind of a process document. Right now, essentially up until this time, I think folks would just kind of call Laura directly, like I have a complaint, and she would respond to it. And I think these grievance policy kind of gives us a little bit of it just allows us to kind of respond when it works for kind of us versus kind of on the residents' time, so helps keep us a little organized on our side. Yeah.
Excellent.
And I'll get back to you about the transition plan. So I just gotta I'm getting up to speed over myself right now.
No, I hear you. Anybody else before I open this to the public? Anybody in the room? Yep. 2 minutes, name and address.
Maria Morgan, Lee Street. I hope this is a no-brainer, but I'm getting up in front of people looking like this just in case it's not a no-brainer. We really need this. Every directly accessible town from Reading has one. Wakefield established theirs in May of 1989, so we are behind the curve, I think, on this one. I'm super thankful to Albert for spearheading this and doing this. I think this really fills a void that we have in Reading that I have sort of discovered over the past couple of years, and it's been brought up to me twice. Do you guys have a commission on disabilities? And, no. Well, you should start one. No, I don't have time for that. But then I do think that we really need one, and I'm glad to see that it's starting. And I think, people with disabilities need to have a voice, but we're tired and we're doing a lot. So to have that established commission makes sure that, our voice is not ignored. So I hope it's a no-brainer. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Anybody else? Anyone online, Maddie? Michelle first, I saw you. 2 minutes, name and address, please. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm delighted that we're having this conversation. Disability Commission would offer insight and recommendations to improve access. And the Massachusetts Office on Disability offers a structure for these commissions and how to function and how to have the ADA resources and also grants. So it's a very structured process and an open process. And I'm just going to say quickly that I've been listening to the Community Planning and Development Commission regarding Burbank recalc and parking and how much time they have spent and talking about this topic, and they're very well-intentioned. However, they don't really know where to go for, as appears as a resident, that they don't know about the resources. It's 1 in 25 spaces minimum. If the population, such as a hospital or senior center, you want to do more than the minimum, and it needs to be close proximity. So there's a lot of things that this commission could do as far as legwork to help inform. So this group, well-intentioned group, and I was delighted to see how much time they're spending, would have a group to be able to help inform them in making their decisions. And that would be the function of such a commission. And 25% of the American population is considered someone who will be qualified under the ADA for accommodation. So think about 25% of the Reading population, and the majority of disabilities is invisible. And mobility is the #1 impairment, and only 1% are wheelchair users. I'd be glad to offer more information on the statistics of this, as this is my passion. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Jacqueline, I think I saw your hand.
Hi, I'm Jocelyn Lee on Grand Street. As a parent, a local resident, as well as a Reading CPAC board member, we just wanted, first to thank Albert for bringing this here tonight and everyone that's worked towards this. And just want to say that this definitely is needed for the community, not just the children on special education and, the elderly population and anyone that has a disability, to have representation and have meaningful collaboration with the town and the community and anyone that serves on the committee would go so far to make this a safe and inclusive community. And we just wanted to voice our support. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else online, Maddie?
Not seeing any other hands.
Matt, did you have something?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, so this would be a local option. So if the sense of the board is we want to go forward with it, I would put it on the warrant probably for April, and it's a town meeting vote to adopt that statute. So just to be clear on that, I wanted to say that. And I wanted to say thank Albert for his work that he's done so far as ADA coordinator. It's only been a few months. I asked him to do it. He hit the ground running and brought this presentation together. So I just wanted to personally thank him for his work.
Thanks, Matt. Yes, Karen.
I understand we may be opening the warrant for invoking a special town meeting within town meeting. Is there a reason, and I'd ask you and Albert, is there a reason we wouldn't just include this adoption within that special town meeting if we're gonna have to open the warrant again or address the warrant again?
Yeah, but if we do that, it hasn't been fully decided, and you'd have to vote on that. That would be just for the senior tax exemption. I think we may need a little more time to put together a fuller warrant article and get some background and get things together. So I think April's a little bit a better time frame for that, not to rush things, but that's just my opinion on it. But certainly it could be done in time for April. So.
Melissa?
I lost my packet, but do we even have vote tonight on? So I don't think we can vote on it tonight, and we're making the recommendation for the special town meeting tonight, correct?
No, we're not doing, I'm gonna have that for next meeting.
Okay,
I just found out about it, as I said
tonight.
in my memo to you, so
Okay.
I'll have something for next meeting on that
All
as
right.
well. So.
I think the best course of action is, I think you have our feedback going forward unofficially, officially.
Mm-hmm.
And if you feel as if in talks with Albert that you can make potentially a special town meeting scenario happen, then we can put on the next agenda to vote and move forward with that. If not, if you need more time to refine things, then obviously we can go that course as well. Okay. The point is we're going in the right direction. That's the best that we can do.
Mm-hmm.
So.
I agree.
All righty. Well, thank you, Albert. You have a lot of work to do, and I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Albert.
All right, so now we will move on to discuss and vote on a designation of special municipal employee status, fire department, page 19 in the packet.
Chief Nelson's here.
Yep.
Good evenings, how are we doing this beautiful Tuesday night? It's quarter south. My fine people, my name's Rick Nelson. I'm the fire chief in town. 2 quick agenda items I think we should hopefully we'll get through quick. The first one is, so our fire alarm system is managed currently by Lieutenant Brian Ryan, who retired at the beginning of this year. He's still maintaining that, but it won't be forever. So the goal of this is to get a second person starting to train up in the system to be able to maintain it. In order to do that, we have to have a disclosure form signed by law, and we need the select board to authorize Matt to sign that letter so that so he'd be authorized to do that. So this would be authorizing firefighter David Ferreira to take on the job as a fire alarm line worker. And just so you're aware, this is not an increase in budget. It'd be within the existing budget. It's just adding another person to help get the job done. And that's the basic thing. So take any questions.
Board members, any questions? Karen.
Thank you. So a clarification, so, well, we're all here, and if it's that straightforward, why wouldn't we just authorize it? Why do we need to delegate this? Is there something else I need to know about?
Well, when we talked with town council, the advice of town council was have the board authorize the town manager to sign the disclosure form. I don't have a better answer, I'm sorry.
Yes.
That was advice of town council prior to coming this evening. Yeah.
Melissa?
Haven't we done this before with DPW? Yeah.
I think so, yeah,
Yeah,
for
we've done this,
plowing.
yeah, we've done this before for other departments.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I don't think we are. I think we just have to vote.
Anybody else? Anyone from the public? On a special municipal employee? No? Online, Maddie, anybody?
Not seeing anyone online.
Karen, do you have a motion?
Move that the select board approve the following employees' request for exemption pursuant to GL Chapter 268A, Section 20F, David Ferreira, and to authorize the town manager to sign the associated Section 20F disclosure form.
Second.
Second by Melissa. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? 5-0. And you can stay right there.
Thank you. Second topic. This is me publicly admitting that I'm human and I made a mistake. So when you guys voted last time on the permit fee schedule, 3 things happened. One, there was a typo on my part that I labeled something incorrectly. That's the first line. It should read kitchen suppression system permit instead of a sprinkler system permit. And then we went to implement this within the OpenGov permitting system. On the back end, we actually found a couple other things that was initially missed. So we're asking to add 2 lines, a commercial fire alarm system, a fee for $25, and then the license to store flammable combustible liquids, a fee of $50. So the new vote would simply be adding those 2 and making a correction in the labeling. But I screwed up.
Thank you for admitting that. Board members, any questions? I guess I just have one. So what's the residential fire alarm system? Is that also 25 or?
So the residential fire alarm system is, I'm asking for, residential fire is $50, yes. Yeah, and that, but the difference in that is the other ones are 120 volt smoke detectors, what most people have in the house, or battery powered. The residential fire alarm system, if somebody has a system, so they have a panel that maybe tied to a security system, may not. That's the difference between those 2.
Perfect. Anyone from the public want to comment on permit fees? Anyone online? All right, 0 for 2. So Karen, do you have a motion for this?
Motion to approve the amendments to the fire department permit fee schedule as presented.
Second.
Seconded by Melissa. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, 7:55, public hearing, discuss and vote on a new alcohol restaurant liquor license for Reading Forno LLC DBA Toscana. Do you have
The applicant's lawyer is here to discuss the petition.
Yeah, if Karen can read we have to read something open here.
Yes, it's a public hearing.
Oh, here we go. To the inhabitants of the town of Reading, please take notice that the Select Board of the Town of Reading will hold a public hearing on Tuesday, October 7th, 2025 at 7 p.m. in the Select Board Meeting Room at Town Hall, 16 Lowell Street, Reading, Mass. We're also available remotely on Zoom to act on a new license application for an annual all-alcohol restaurant license located at 45 Walkersburg Drive, Reading, Mass. From Reading Forno LLC, DBA Toscano Forno. A copy of the proposed documents regarding this topic will be in the Select Board packet on the website at www.readingma.gov. All interested parties are invited to attend the hearing in person or remotely via Zoom, or may submit their comments in writing or by email prior to 6 p.m. on October 7th, 2025 to town manager at readingma.gov by order of Matthew A. Cornelis, Esquire, town manager.
Thanks, Karen. And you may go ahead.
Good evening. I'm Attorney Josh Latham here tonight. I'm very pleased to be here tonight on behalf of Reading Forno LLC. We are here as applicant for an all-alcohol on-premises restaurant license for the property at 45 Walkersburg Drive. You may know as the former Bertucci's location. As you may also know, Bertucci's declared bankruptcy. The site is now vacant, and my clients are under lease to go into this premises and to open a new restaurant. So with me this evening, I have Angelo Perina and Lucio Perina. They are two of the three owners of Reading Forno LLC. Their brother Valentino is not here this evening, but he's also very active within the business. Lucio is the designated manager on the application, so he is here if you do have any questions. What I'd like to do is, I don't want to take a lot of your time. I'd like to hit the key points. You did submit a very fulsome application package, which I know takes a lot of your pamphlet. And then, of course, answer any questions you might have. So from an ownership perspective, there are the three brothers that are the owners. So this is not just a traditional investment. This is a family business. It's a small business. They are equal partners in the business. They also have significant experience in the restaurant industry. This is not a one-off. It's not a one-time trying to make a go of it. They opened their first restaurant, Toscana Ristorante, in 2009 in West Peabody. They opened their second restaurant, Toscana Bar Italiano in Beverly in 2015. And then they opened their third, Toscana Forno in Peabody in 2022. This will be their fourth location. I'm pleased to say every one of those restaurants is thriving. There's a great success story here. Even better, their 17 years of business experience, they're from Reading. They went to Reading Memorial High School. They have a commitment to this community, and they're very excited to be opening a restaurant back where they started. So I will talk about Lucio a little bit. Lucio is going to be the proposed manager for this location. He hits all the requirements. He meets the statutory rules. He meets the town bylaw requirements. He will be there at least 40 hours per week as the manager, overseeing all responsibilities relative to alcohol service and operations at this location. He has significant experience with the other restaurant locations. This is not the first time doing this. And all three brothers are very active in each location. So while he will be the designated manager for this site, they are all going to be very active in operating and making sure that this is a success. Regarding the restaurant concept, this is going to match the restaurant they have existing, Toscana Forno in Peabody. I don't know if you had a chance to check the website. It's beautiful. It's a great location. I would say I define it as a welcoming, family-friendly, very accommodating full-service bar and food menu. It serves this idea of authentic Italian specialty and rustic cuisine. They have a great bar menu. It's the kind of location we want in town, especially in the Eastern Gateway. This is exactly what we're looking for. If you look at the notes from the last meetings and workshops we've had, they want small business over there. So we're replacing what was a franchise, a national franchise, with Reading small business. So it's a great success story there. The location itself, just to hit the metrics on it, it's 6,770 square feet. There's a 945 square foot seasonal patio. The interior is depicted on the floor plan that we submitted. It's pretty faithful to what was there, but obviously it's going to be improved significantly. It's going to be renovated. They're putting a lot of effort into the renovation. If you look at the budget, you look at their financials, this is going to be a really nice result. And I would also say go ahead and look at the websites for their other locations. It really gives you a great sense of the quality that they're going to put into their restaurant, the pride that they have. There will be liquor service on the patio, but they will fully comply with all of the town policies and bylaws relative to outdoor service. They will have the barrier, they will have the necessary signage, all of those things will be fully satisfied. This entire use, the full renovation, everything will fully comply with zoning, planning, conservation, and health. So everything is an as-of-right use, subject to, of course, getting the licenses that we need. And of course, they will also meet the town's hours of operation. I will just note, one thing they'd love to do would be to go and start doing brunch service on Sundays. The town bylaws don't allow it. Something that we might consider looking at in the future, because that would be a really nice addition to the town. They will do it.
I didn't do it. I will look into it immediately.
Like, we don't?
I will look at, I have to require alcohol sales. I would imagine counselors looking for alcohol sales.
That's correct. The hours for alcohol service are not allowed prior to noon on Sundays. So Bloody Marys and mimosas, not allowed.
Sorry.
We'll have a look at that.
We'll get right on that.
So then going to the key question, safety and security. We did submit their alcohol beverage service policies. They fully comply with every element of the town's own policies. They meet all statutory and regulatory requirements. They go above and beyond. They have an impeccable track record with their other locations. In 17 years of business, they do not have a violation notice. That's what's coming to town here, and that's a great addition for that reason alone. All their service will be tip certified. They will have all interior public areas under video surveillance, CCTV, as well as key exterior areas of the restaurant. The renovation will include installation of a new alarm system as well. They have zero tolerance policy. If you read the policies that we have, if an employee makes any mistake, if a customer, patron makes any kind of disorderly conduct, intoxicated behavior, they will not tolerate that. They're ready to come in and be a good part of the community. So then let's talk about what I think are the benefits to the town. Number one, we're talking about the Eastern Gateway District. It's a very important subject in town. And this is really a key piece. We're doing something tonight that we're hoping is going to be a nice start to everything else we're going to do down the road. It adds a great dining option to the community. We're talking about a great restaurant with a great track record. We know that it's going to be very popular with the town. And we're going to be bringing people in from out of town to this location. Where it's located, right off the highway, ample parking. It's going to have a very accommodating environment. It's a perfect spot. It's a small business. That's who we want to support here. Local employment. Their other locations, on average, employ 50 to 60 people. So think about the employment options we're adding by opening this new restaurant. Tax base. We're maintaining, if not improving, the commercial tax base in town, which we don't have as much as most other towns. And lastly, community engagement. They're from the town. They look forward to being involved in the community. They played football at the high school. They want to be part of everything that's going on here. This is their chance. They did what they did and a great job in Beverly and Peabody, and now they're coming home. So with that, we respectfully request that you'd approve this application tonight. We're, of course, happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thanks. Board members, any questions? Melissa?
I just want to say thank you for coming to town. I've been to the location in Peabody and I love it. So I'm very excited for you guys to be coming to town. And I think it's really appropriate tonight on Italian Heritage Night that you guys are here. So I will support this and I appreciate the hard work that's being put into this.
Karen?
Thank you. I'd like to welcome, this is an extensive package. And I'm certainly glad that that location will no longer be empty. We could have also mentioned the meals tax revenue, which is pretty important. So lots and lots of benefits, and I welcome and wish you all the best of luck. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, no, thanks. Haven't been. I'm on your menu now. Menu looks great. Thanks for coming to Reading. And to echo what Karen said, great to see that taken over pretty quickly. Sometimes those locations stay dormant for a while. Route 1 in particular has been empty for years. There's another Bertucci's closed somewhere else, I forget. But thank you, and you guys can rock it. Thank you.
Karen?
When are you gonna open?
There you go.
Shooting for February 1st.
Oh, nice. Okay, thanks.
Well, Karen stole my question. I thought no one was going to actually ask that, which is kind of ridiculous, but
Similar.
whatever. Yes, we are, Karen. Yes, we are. If you're looking for feedback from me on the last 4 years serving on this board, this is the most well-presented alcohol license scenario that I've been a part of.
Yes.
I mean, if I could grade you on a 1 to 10, it'd be a 10. Not that everyone else before you has been under that, it's different. So it's good to see your passion. I know you're across the street here anyway as well, right? So it's good to see that Reading is going to be thriving. And I guess my other question would be, how did the owners actually hear about the Bertucci scenario? Like, what made them? Did it just come up on social media, or how did they find out it was closing and they said, I'm in? That's just my one question I got.
Yeah, I can tell you that we've been looking for a location. We really had our eyes on that location for a long time. I used to go there. We lived in Reading. I haven't lived there here in a couple of years, but I grew up here. I moved out when I was like 28. So I used to attend, go to that location. We always eyed it. And we started, when I saw that Bertucci's was having trouble, we reached out to the landlord, and we've been in talks with them for about 6 months, and then we were waiting kind of for Bertucci's to close because we knew it was inevitable. So we were pretty much ready to go once they did close.
So you've been preparing, not just since everything else has happened.
That's why we get open so quick, because I have plans ready to go.
Oh.
Like, we're going gangbusters, try to get open for February.
Perfect. And there's a golf place opening over there too, so maybe you'll trickle over.
Yeah, I'm very excited about the location. We're excited to be back in Reading, so.
Awesome.
Super excited.
And my favorite is chicken marsala, no mushrooms with linguine. I don't like mushrooms. I don't have an allergy. I just don't like them. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone from the public? Pat?
Any music?
You just have to go.
You gotta go to. I have to go up.
Yes. Sorry.
Can you crack open?
If you could.
Yes, Joe is all over it.
Raleigh 71 Ryan Street. Any music?
So at our other location, we have live music on Thursday nights, so we plan to dabble, sprinkle some of that in here.
You have another minute and 45 seconds if you want.
Gotta come back to my other stuff.
Yes. Thank you. All right, so anyone online?
No one online.
Want to close the hearing, Karen?
Move to close the hearing regarding the new annual all-alcohol restaurant liquor license for Toscano Forno.
Second.
Second by Melissa. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? 5-0. Next motion.
Move to approve the annual all-alcohol restaurant liquor license for Reading Forno LLC, DBA Toscano Forno, located at 45 Walker's Brook Drive.
Second.
Second by Melissa. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? 5-0. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Congratulations,
Thank you
guys.
very much. Thanks for your time.
Welcome back.
We will see you in February.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, and next on the agenda is one of the highlights of the evening is discuss and vote on the trash and recycling contract, page 125 in the packet. Okay, Chris Cole is going to be presented. Yes.
Maddie, can I share my screen?
Yes, you should be able to, Chris.
Is your microphone on?
Should be on. Is it on? Is the microphone on? Hear me?
Is it green?
Yeah, just not speaking to it.
Okay, well, good evening, everyone, and thank you for having us tonight. I'm going to try to get through this as quick as possible because I got a lot here. Okay, so just a quick little background here. I'm just going to go through these slides really fast because you have a lot of this already. So as you know, our current contract with Republic Services expires on July 4th. It's the conclusion of a 10-year contract valued right now at $1,253,000. So back starting last summer of 24, town staff began meeting weekly, and that involves Public Works, myself and Mike Kessman, procurement, Josh and Katie, finance, Sharon, and town management, Matt and Jane, to begin putting together what we wanted to have in this RFP. And to that end, we were attending monthly meetings with Mass DEP staff and other municipal officials from different communities around the Commonwealth. We discussed topics such as like challenges, what they were doing for contracts, procurement issues, and best outcomes to get feedback from these other communities on what we should be doing. And Mass DEP staff also helped the town develop this RFP for automated collection, which is representative of industry standards. So just a brief timeline here. So starting back this past April, we completed the RFP and we sent it off to Mass DEP staff and town council for review. Then back in May 27th, the RFP was fully complete and made available to vendors. Then back on July 15th, the final addendum was issued by the town for questions. And then on July 31st, all the proposals were due back from the vendors, and we received 5 in total. So the town staff in this committee then got together and completed an independent comprehensive review of each vendor's technical proposal. And once those were complete, then we looked at the price proposal, and they were, let's see, then we had the evaluation criteria for the technical proposals. This is just a quick summary of the criteria that we were grading each vendor on for a total score of 28 points. And then, as I said, we received 5 proposals, and those vendors were, in no particular order, Waste Management, which received a technical score of 26.6, Republic Services, a score of 21.2, Casella Waste Systems, a score of 24.4, E.L. Harvey & Sons, 17.4, and Easy Waste Disposal of 16.6. Then for the cost, so Waste Management had an annual cost of $1,976,850 with a 5% annual increase. Now, Republic Services, and I will preface here that Republic Services, this is their original proposal. Just this past weekend, they came to us with a revised proposal that I will present to you in a short while. But this is their price back then of $1,991,893 with, again, 5% increase each year of the contract. Casella Waste Systems had an annual cost of $2,578,243 with another annual 5% increase. E.L. Harvey was at $2,297,290 with a 5% increase. And lastly, Easy Waste Disposal was a little over $4 million with an annual increase of 2.5%. So now, based on the proposals then, technical and financial, Waste Management came out with the best proposal. That's the one circled in red. So I am now going to go through some of the qualities of Waste Management's proposal, and then we'll also be taking a look at Republic's new proposal and some of those qualities as well. So for So a couple of options for waste management. So option one, the 1,976,850, involved weekly automated trash collection, including dumpsters, bi-weekly automated recycling, the leaf collection that we have in the spring and the fall, including the Christmas tree collection, the 2 recycling events that we have at the DPW garage each year, and the separate paper shredding event that we have for town buildings and schools over the summer. And then this proposal also would remove any bulk payments from the town, and all burnable bulky items, metal items, white goods, CRT TVs and monitors, sinks, bathtubs, toilets would all be paid for by the resident themselves. Then this was option 2. This would be for all the same options that I just described, but this would be for a weekly recycling collection. It would add about $375,000 to the annual cost of the contract, bringing it up to $2,350,764. And then just a snapshot here to on the slide on my computer. There we go. Okay. Just a snapshot here of how this would affect the overall trash and recycling budget. So you can see what the FY26 budget is there. Now, just a little explanation. So as part of Waste Management's proposal, that $1,976,000 is technically a theoretical number, because their true number is the $2,099,000 that you see there. But their proposal includes disposal in all of the trash dumpsters. So that is a savings that we don't have to pay rework for. So that was about $122,000 then that we can deduct from that $2 million price there. Plus, there is no processing fee for the recycling dumpsters. So that's another $4,000 savings on that, which brings you down to the $1,976,000. And then, as I said, unlike what we have to do now, we will have to pay processing fees for any recycling that is collected, outside of those dumpsters that I just mentioned. And there is a budgeted number incorporated into that $2 million price tag there. But just because it's all based on market conditions and not knowing what the market will do, we wanted to give a little extra buffer. So that's why we just put $25,000 in there to give ourselves a little safety net, not knowing what might happen. The trash disposal, and this number is reflective of the reduction in the savings that we would have on the dumpsters, is that $596,612. And then the miscellaneous recycling of $35,000 would be mostly for processing all of the electronics that we collect and the styrofoam at the DPW garage, because we have to hire a company to come in and pick those up and take them away for us. So that's mostly what that $35,000 cost is right there. So that totals $2,756,000. I think I just lost Zoom. I'm reconnecting, Jackie. Maddie.
That's weird.
Okay, we're back. Okay, so so that $2,756,000 is the total budget for trash and recycling for FY27. which would be a 25% increase over the current budget now. And then if you look in the following column to the right, that would be if we were to utilize the weekly recycling proposal from Waste Management, which would bring the budget total up to 3.1 million and increase the budget by 42%. So now just a few key advantages to Waste Management. So they had a great, a detailed transition plan to ensure a smooth implementation, from a timeline for getting equipment to getting the containers delivered, all the locations, and transitioned over to the new contract and any other phases of the contract that would have to be done to by the start date in July. They talk about customer service. You know, residents could call on the telephone to customer service representatives Monday through Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. They would actually develop a customized local website for Reading, which we would then link off our own page, where residents could go on there and schedule all their items for payment and pickup. They could report any missed pickups or request repairs to carts, because one thing under this contract, while the town will still purchase the carts and any parts, the vendor, the new contractor, is going to be responsible for making any of the repairs or doing any swap outs for carts or delivering new carts and whatnot. There is also a live chat feature that will be available Monday through Friday, 7 to 6:50, and Saturday, 8 to 11:50. Let's see, Waste Management would also develop and mail public outreach program guides to residents. And the one thing to, that you saw is the bi-weekly recycling collection significantly reduces the annual cost of the town. As I said, $375 difference, $1,000 difference. So they would provide 3 new automated trash recycling collection trucks to be ordered for Reading. There would be 2 new trash trucks and 1 recycling truck. The 1 recycling truck would still be in here every single week, even though it would be a bi-weekly recycling program, but they would just be focusing on half the town each week. The trucks their garage is right out of Woburn, so it's only 4 miles from Reading Center, so right next door. And as I mentioned about the trash disposal costs and the recycling processing fees, including in the price of the dumpster, they do this by putting all of their dumpsters on the commercial truck routes, and that minimizes the amount of trash and recycling that gets put in the regular curbside routes, so they have to make fewer trips to the dump, so they can get the routes completed sooner, more efficiently. And also, they have truck-mounted cameras combined with GPS that actually provides photographic records of service at each property. They, the cameras not only show, whether the trash or recycling was out when the truck pulls up, but it also identifies contamination through the use of AI, because this camera is looking at what's being dumped into the truck, especially for recycling. And if there's an issue with a certain property, it flags that property, and then we can provide what they can't put in recycling or trash or whatever. Let's see. Okay, so I mentioned the recycling processing fees, and that is based on market conditions. There's also going to be fuel surcharge costs, again, based on market conditions. One difference is in this RFP, there are going to be 19 liquidated damages. In the current contract we have, there's only 3. So there's more, keeping tabs on the contractor to do what they're supposed to be doing. So if anything ever goes awry, there's more ammunition from the town to go after the contractor and make sure that they do the right thing. I mentioned the biweekly recycling collection proposal, and there are a couple of options, as I showed, for bulk disposal, metal. Let's see, the trash and recycling would only be collected from town-issued carts. And Waste Management would, as I said, would perform all cart repairs and cart delivery swaps, with the town providing all the carts and spare parts to Waste Management staff. And then just a little snapshot here of some of the residential charges that you would see for the bulky items. So Burnham and Waste Management has said that, you know, this can be negotiable. You know, they will work with us to come up with what fits in each category, you know, so whether it's, you know, a burnable bulky item is up to 4 kitchen chairs or 4 chairs and a kitchen table, you know, that they're willing to work with us to, you know, see what fits into those categories. So a burnable bulky item will be $30. Metal item would be $35, which is exercise equipment, a gas grill, lawnmower, snow blower. Sinks, bathtubs, and toilets would be $35. White goods would be $45. And that includes like a dishwasher, stove range, air conditioner, washers and dryers. CRT TVs and monitors would be $60 each. And the other option that Waste Management offers is, you've probably seen it like Home Depot, I think, and I think Lowe's does it too, the Bagster program. So you can get a bag at one of these facilities and $300, but it holds 3 cubic yards, maximum of 3,300 pounds. You can fill it with your construction debris, whatever you want to clean out of your attics, basements, and a truck will come by and haul it away.
Chris, could you just hold up one sec? Karen, did you need a moment?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I actually realized that I left my, not that I owe you an explanation, but I am taking notes for liaison reports because
Okay.
I accidentally switched binders and left my notes at home.
All right. Well, it's been well over 5 minutes during his presentation. That's why I decided to mention it now.
That's great. I did read the presentation and I am listening, and thank you.
Okay.
For your concern.
Thanks. All right, you can go ahead, Chris.
And then this is just, you have it in your packet. This is just a quick snapshot comparing the bulky rates for all 5 proposals that we received. So they range, for the burnable bulky, they range anywhere from $30 up to $75. And yeah, so. And then, let's see, so we talked about the revised proposal that we just received by Republic Services. So this is a table comparing their 2 proposals plus comparing it to Waste Management's proposal. So Republic offered a biweekly recycling with no bulk included in the contract, no metal collection included in the contract. Those would be both on the resident to pay for, and the annual cost would be $1,872,913. Would increase by 5% each year for a contract total of a little over $10 million. The other proposal was for, again, biweekly recycling, but this time including one bulk, as we do now with your weekly trash, and one metal item, which the one metal item would be collected. You'd have to schedule it with Republic, but it would be collected every Friday, all over town.
And that's included in the price. Okay.
And that's just a little over $2 million. Again, 5% increase for a 5-year contract total, a little over 11 million. And then that's compared to Waste Management's price of biweekly recycling, no bulk, no metal, for $1,976,000, 5% increase for just under $11 million. A few highlights here of Republic's proposal. So they would offer us 2 front load trucks for trash, 2 side load trucks for recycling. They did reduce their burnable bulk cost from 80 to from $80 down to $75. And then all the other items were $80. The recycling dumpsters, processing is included in the unit cost. They have GPS enabled on the trucks, which allows them to, you can go on a website and they will, they have Track My Truck, where you can actually see where the truck is in the neighborhood to see whether it's been by your house already. It'll alert you of service alerts, report missed pickups, etc.
So Chris, real quick, the cost reduced to $75 instead of $80 for the bulk item. They're still including one item for free though? And this is in addition?
No, in one of their proposals.
So it's one bulk item and one metal item included in this price.
Yes.
If I had 7, it's 7 times $75.
So I would assume then that you're allowed one bulk item free, and then any additional bulk items you want to get rid of during the week, you just pay $75 per item to get rid of.
So our current trash contract is one bulk item, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so as you can see from the pricing, financially, biweekly recycling is what is recommended for the town because, by us, by the committee, because it just is cheaper. So you saw several options for payment and pickup of the burnable bulky items and metal based on the vendor. The resident can either arrange all payment and pickup with the vendor, or the other option is the resident is allowed up to one bulk item with trash, one metal item with recycling at no extra cost to the resident. All sinks, bathtubs, toilets, white goods, CRTs, payment pickup scheduled by the resident with the vendor. But any subsidization of bulk by the town, because that got mentioned at the previous meeting, would definitely add to the annual contract cost because, the vendor still is going to want that price paid to them per item. So, whatever the resident doesn't pay, the town's going to have to pick up. But while, all these different options are a significant increase to the town, it unfortunately is the reality of the times. The contract we have now, we have a very good deal. It's 10 years old, but those prices are just very favorable to us right now, and this is the reality of the times. So in summary, we need to award the contract to someone. A decision needs to be made now to give either Waste Management or Republic Services ample lead time to procure new vehicles and have them arrive by July. If the trucks are not ready by July, depending upon which vendor is chosen, rental trucks might have to be used, and it could be as much as $30,000 per month the town would have to pay if the new trucks are not ready by that time. So town staff would obviously work with the new vendor over the next several months to ensure that everything's smooth as possible. Develop educational materials for residents, including on the town website and social media. And DPW would also hold a series of informational sessions to educate residents on what to expect under this new contract. I already have 3 different dates scheduled with the Pleasant Street Center to talk to the seniors about what to expect in this new contract, the first one being in November. And then lastly, what's requested of the select board? So vote to direct the town manager to award the next trash and recycling collection contract to either Waste Management or Republic Services, including what pricing options you want to go with, which would commence on July 5th, 2026. Now we'll take any questions. I will say that Christine DeRosa from Waste Management is here on the room with us. And also we have Samantha Gray, I believe, is on Zoom from Republic, if you have any questions for either one of the vendors.
Thanks, Chris. Real quick, I just wanted to mention that Chris, Matt, and Jane had a meeting, and I had a meeting with Waste Management yesterday. I wanted to They advocated our price down and saved us, I think, close to $400,000 over what original proposals were coming in. So by no means am I belittling the significant effort that they made. I took into account the emails that we received, the comments that I've seen posted elsewhere, and felt like I had to advocate for our bulk items to be reduced. That was a big sticking point at this meeting. As a result of the conversation, we did get it from 35 to 30 for waste management. They also agreed to do at least two events per year for residents to bring all their bulk items, just like our paper events that we've always had. If they waited fall and spring cleanup kind of scenario. And then I tried to advocate the price increase from 5% to something down to 4 or 4.25%, because once you start scaling, $10 million contracts by that percent, that ends up becoming significant. Unfortunately, they didn't have any leeway on that. They did go down on the bulk that I had mentioned. And I mentioned also that I thought this conversation could go sideways, in which I'm now making it go sideways, is that I didn't know about Republic's other option with the bulk item being included. And it seems as if all the work that I just did got negated regardless by somebody else's proposal, because it's much easier now to have one bulk item still being collected. I understand if you have 2, 3, 4, listen, it is what it is. You pay more money or wait a week. But I don't even know what happens right now. I know this came in at the last minute and, it was put in our packet the way that it is. And I'm curious to see what the board thinks regarding this, but I don't even know what to say at this point. So I'll open it up for board members. Karen?
Sure. So to the representatives from Republic and Waste Management and Chris, this board didn't ask you to go in and represent the board. And I'm concerned, Matt and Jane, that you didn't bring this to the board and Chris was taking upon himself to represent the board, because it specifically says in our policies that you will only be representing yourself. You will never be representing the board. And we literally spent how much time at the last meeting talking about who would be our internal designee to work on the contract with Burbank. So I'm very disappointed, Mr. Chair. And so I wanted to apologize to Waste Management and Republic, because this board is a board of 5, and no single select board member by our vote has been authorized to make any commitments or to negotiate. So that's
So Karen, there's no need to apologize, Karen.
So
And firstly, I did, because according, there's no point of order. Go ahead. It doesn't matter. The select board policies, Karen.
I have the floor.
Karen.
Point of order, Mr. Chair, I have the floor.
The only person that can interrupt another select board member is the chair. It's in our select board policies. So go ahead with your point of order.
And I have the floor.
Go ahead, Karen. What is your point of order?
My point of order is, we have a policy that no select board member will interrupt another select board member while they have the floor.
Other than the chair. Other than the chair.
No.
That is in our, I have it right here, Karen. I have it right here. So unfortunately, if you want me to read.
You do not get to interrupt other select board members.
Karen,
That's what
only the chair can, and I rule that your point of order is not accurate.
you can do.
So what I'm going to.
Rule my point of
I
order.
am.
Yeah, go ahead.
Correct.
Have a great time.
And I'm going to read what is on the first page of our select board policy for you right now.
Melissa had her hand up.
I'm going to call on you. You cut me off. You're out of order, Karen. You're out of order, Karen.
No.
So section 1.1.2, chair, the select board, thank you, Karen. The select board chair shall nominate members to represent the select board at appropriate functions, events, and meetings. And I represented us in the negotiation with Waste Management after everybody was done with the final numbers that they had. Matt, Jane, and everything, I advocated for them behind the scenes to handle my wishes in the town's wishes and everything else that I've seen the feedback come in. And I advocated and put that on Matt and Chris and everybody to do it correctly. And when Waste Management was not going to come back to the table and change their numbers, I then requested a meeting to be able to attempt a last-ditch effort of renegotiating better for the benefit of the town, which is in my purview, just like I read here, that I'm allowed to actually do that. And I didn't think that advocating for the town and trying to get a lower rate was controversial, but apparently in 2025 in Reading, that's the way that it is. But I want everybody to be on the up and up and realize that this was at the end of the discussion. I didn't insert myself until yesterday. So now that that's on the record, Melissa, you had a question.
I have several. Thank you. I have a lot of questions. Sorry. Do we have, I don't believe we do, I asked this earlier, but I would love for us to get a weekly rate from Republic on recycling. This is kind of a sticking point for me. People pay taxes for public safety, good schools, and services like trash and recycling. I really would like to get weekly recycling. We've done things in town because we've had to with water rates and, going down to the barrels. We're really restricting larger families and my multi-generational families when we keep taking these services away or increasing their costs. So I really would love to get a price for weekly recycling from Republic. That's one. The second is I'm really worried about the in one of the, or actually several of the charts that says based on market conditions. That's concerning to me. Is that only with Waste Management's quote, or is that also with Republic's?
That was Republic's.
That was Republic's.
Yeah, Waste Management.
It was Waste Management's.
I thought they both have it. Oh, no.
No, Waste Management was 5% increase each.
Not this chart. This isn't what I was talking about. There's another one. It's based on market conditions for things like fuel and recycling processing. I thought that was Waste Management. I could probably find it. It's in the chart.
This one right here.
Yeah, that's it.
And that's Waste Management, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, so that's concerning to me because fuel costs can go through the roof.
That's actually all the vendors.
But that is all the vendors.
On the fuel, yeah, on the fuel surcharge. So
What about the recycling piece of it?
the recycling, so that is based on, so Reading had a composition audit done of our recycling, and the vendor will typically do more over the course of the year to see what the breakdown is recycling, like how much cardboard, how much paper, how much cans and so forth, you have in, and each of that has a value. And together it combines to give you like a blended value of what you're, based on what the dollar rate is on the market for that. And then you take that and combine it with like a processing fee that that the facility that processes the recycling gives you, and you come up with a
Like an estimate.
like a per ton price for recycling.
Okay.
And that's constantly looked at, and that's the processing fee that we have to pay for.
And both companies have that in their
Yes.
contract. Okay. Who on our side monitors it in case it goes down? Because I'm pretty sure they're not going to reach out to us if those numbers
We
went
do.
down. Okay, perfect. I agree with Chris, and I appreciate Chris working to get Waste Management down from 35 to 30, but Republic adding the option of just having one bulk item a week is, very interesting. That's only a $24,000 difference. And, so we can take that off residents so they're not paying for it, I think is important. It was interesting that you're saying that, so Waste Management is saying that they'll repair the carts. Are we still paying for that repair in some fashion?
Well, it's included in the overall price of, and that was a requirement in the RFP. So that's for all the vendors.
Okay, great, good to know. And then you mentioned something about, you'll no longer have to get, someone to handle electronics and styrofoam, so waste management would include that in their cost?
No, I was saying that budget price that you saw, that 35,000,
Yeah.
that is the electronic collection that we do at the garage, and the styrofoam that we have to, you know, once people bring that stuff down there, we have to hire a company to come in and, you know, take the electronics away and
Got it.
and
So
process
is that
them.
an increase in 35,000 from what we do now, or?
No, that's what we have been paying.
Okay, got it. Do I have any other questions? No, I think the biggest one for me is finding out a price from Republic on a weekly recycling, just so we have all those numbers. That I think is really important.
I have Samantha Gray on the line from Republic. Samantha, do you want to comment at all on that, if that's possible?
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
I don't know if you can see me too. I just turned my camera on, but I can't see myself. I'd be happy to give you a option for weekly recycling. Absolutely.
Yep.
I could get that over to you within the next week or so. Hopefully sooner than that. I just wanted to make mention too that our revised price would be a cost savings to the town of over $500,000 over the 5 years compared to Waste Management's contract. Also, we wouldn't need to we wouldn't need rental trucks. So $30,000 a month would not be something that would need to be considered with our proposal, or if you were to award a contract to us, because we do already service you all. So there would be no need for rental trucks.
Can I ask where you're getting the $500,000 savings?
So based off of our year one price, bear with me a second, and my comparison, price comparison was slightly different than what I saw in the packet, just based off of the bid price sheets between ours and Waste Management's. So year one, we are $110,000 less. And then with the 5% increase on both Republic's year one price and the 5% increase on Waste Management's year one price, there's over $600,000 delta between Republic's and Waste's.
Yeah, the 100,000 is scaling year over year.
5 years, okay. I understand, thank you. I did have one other question that I was a little confused by, Chris, is that at one point you mentioned that you have these amounts in here, but then there's theoretical amounts. So the amount in here is more than what you're quoting us is actually the price. So I don't understand
that was for Waste Management. So the actual price, let me just find the slide here. So this price right here somewhere. So this chart right here, you see the trash recycling collection at FY27 at $2,099,668.
Yep.
That is the actual price for Waste Management's proposal when you add everything up. When I was mentioning about how disposal is included in the cost of the dumpsters, so what I did then is deducted that savings, which is like $122,000 that we wouldn't have to pay Reworld for disposal, from that price.
From the DPW yard.
Got it.
Because it's going to be an overall plus an additional $4,000 in processing fees for recycling dumpsters that we don't have to pay either. So when you deduct those two savings off of there, you get down to the $1,976,000, because those are costs that we do not have to pay.
I understand that, and I understand that's a savings. I just wouldn't have liked it worded that way, because that's a little, because their number is bigger. Because can we not deduct that from Republic's?
No, because Republic, we still have to pay disposal for all the dumpsters.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Carlo?
Yeah, thanks. I don't understand the $30,000 rental fee. It just doesn't make any sense. I get vendors, ordering a truck could be delayed, but why is that a burden to us?
Because it's all about when we go to the vendor, they need a certain lead time to get these trucks in. We haven't given everybody a notice to proceed yet, for these trucks. So they need a minimum time to get the trucks, built from when they place the order, and we give them the go ahead.
So what is the minimum time to get a truck these days, a trash truck?
Well, Waste Management told us that it'd be right around now that we'd have to give them the notice to proceed, to give us the best chance at having new trucks for July.
Okay.
They were, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, they asked for an October 1st notification on their July 31st submission. So that's not unreasonable considering supply chains and, large equipment. So that, that's not unreasonable. They were optimistic that they wouldn't have to charge the $30,000 rental fee. But if we take long to make decisions, that is a cost that we could be incurring just because it doesn't give them enough time to order the trucks. So.
Okay, so thank you. So the follow-up question would be, if we, let's say, vote tonight, or vote our next meeting, still October, and something goes sideways with getting these trucks, is that we could potentially pay $30,000 a truck for a year. Look how long it took to get a fire truck. I'm using that as an example. It's more unique than the trash truck, but it just, I get it. These are specially built and probably only so many manufacturers, but I think we need if we decide to go to Waste Management, we need like a window of up to so many months, because we can't be on the hook for a manufacturer's problem or delivery problem or whatever the problem is.
Christine, do you want to comment on that at all? Or?
Yeah, I think we pushed it out.
Do you want to just come up, please? Yeah.
Go say my address.
No, I mean, if you want to. Do you live in Reading?
I don't.
Oh.
I believe when we spoke, we pushed it out a week, so we're confident if we can get a letter of intent by tomorrow, that we can get the trucks in by July 1st of 2026. But we did put the October 1 in, because we know our lead time's at least a year out, but we can be confident.
But right, but there's certain things out of your control.
Yes.
So if we get to July 1 and we pay a month, okay, I don't like that anyway, but a month is okay. If it's 3 months, 6 months, and it's not your fault, it's the manufacturer's fault, why should we be penalized?
Well, if we can get the letter of intent by the deadline, we can pull from our network if we don't get the rental trucks in. We just we can't, I know how municipalities work, we can't go to November, to December.
I totally understand that, thank you. No, I totally understand that. And I just, if I were to put a condition on choosing Waste Management, it would be $30,000 a month. I want to waive it, but up to so many months. But,
Mr. Chairman, with your permission, through you to Ms. Folta, is the town held harmless if the town sends a notice of intent to proceed to Waste Management tomorrow at your word? Does that mean the town would be held harmless for the rental costs?
Yes.
Correct. So we wouldn't pay. We would be secured not to have to pay that, whether they have it or not. We're okay. We're good to go. If we're not going to have to pay that $30,000.
All right. That's all I have. Melissa asked a lot of great questions. That's all I have right now.
Thank you, Christine.
Kevin?
I had a whole lot of questions.
Okay.
But I got thrown a loop today with Republic. So Melissa asked a lot of them. I think from all the emails we've gotten, I think it's important that we get the one bulk item a week in the contract. I guess I should be talking to all of us, not just him. Do we still get a free recycle barrel for free? Or is that going away if we go with Waste Management? You know how right now we can get a second for free? Is that still in the plan so we could do that if you have a big family?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
Okay. Because I think that would maybe alleviate some of the larger families if you have two.
That's on the town end. That's not, and we don't have to deal with the vendors for that. That's us. First thing. Yep.
Correct, too. Okay. Which I think you know, if we had to go every other week for recycling, that is the kind of a solution. What else? I do think that we as a town need to visit other forms of recycling, repurposing, making us more green, since we're a green community, kind of working with Black Earth to try and take our trash to another level. And it's too soon to do that for this trash contract, but I think by the time this trash contract is done in 5 years, we should have a lot of time under our belts to figure out other ways to use other resources so that we're not just depending on Waste Management or Republic or something like that. So either doing more at the DPW center or something like that. I think it would be nice to look into that moving forward, not for this contract. Second trash barrel, I know we have to pay for that each year. Is that still something that's considered, because that's a town thing?
Yeah,
Okay.
correct.
Okay. You asked a lot of these questions I had, but.
Good. Karen?
So, thank you for this extensive packet, and I don't disagree with the comments made by two of my colleagues that we are getting a lot of pushback and concern from residents about the exorbitant bulk pickup prices we're being asked to absorb, and I share that sentiment. So that is a real concern for me. I would love the weekly recycling, and you know, I don't know how much wiggle room there is, and I also believe we're not specifically talking about Black Earth composting, but I think we need to look at it to see what we can do more for the residents, and at the same time encourage more of it, because that is there's a variable cost in our pickup, as you know, and we've had multiple great discussions with them, and so hopefully, I know this was a lot of effort on your plates. So if this is settled, then we can really get serious about Black Earth compost. That would be wonderful. I had some specific questions. When Republic was in here, I don't know, a year ago, we were talking about electric truck plans that were being tested in Denver. And so are either of the vendors, what kind of trucks are we gonna have rolling through town? What are the plans to reduce emissions? We heard a lot of feedback about that earlier regarding increased train service, so it applies to waste trucks as well.
Samantha, do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, so we are currently using electric vehicles across the country. Our Fall River business unit is the first in Massachusetts that's been on set to receive electric vehicles, so they're kind of slowly making their way to Massachusetts. The proposal that I provided, the trucks that we would be servicing the town with for trash, it's a front load Corrado truck. So it's a front load truck with a Corrado can on the front. There's a arm that extends off of the front of the can, and it tips the cart into the can. And with that Corrado container that we use on the front, we can also put the bulk items in. So that's how we're able to continue with the one bulk item on the trash collection route. The recycling, that would be with a automatic side load truck. And so it would be an arm that comes out of the side of the truck. It tips the cart up into the hopper. And as for yard waste would continue similar to with the rear load truck, just because that is the best method for us to collect it. And those are the trucks that we would use. So moving on to if there was an option for electric, there absolutely is. In the future, not at this time, but if there is more interest in the town to implement electric vehicles in town, we can certainly look at that.
So do we need to put that in a contract? Can the other vendor comment as to plans?
Similar to Samantha, we do have an electric truck in Londonderry. We are testing it out there. It is not something we can bring into the contract the first year, but maybe something in the future. So we will be coming into town with diesel trucks. But there is talk, no timeline yet, of switching the Woburn hauling site to CNG. But I don't have a timeline on that, but it is something that we're talking about. But we would do 3 diesel trucks in July 1st, 2026. But electric trucks could be something we can start talking about. We do have it in this area.
And you know, CNG, that could be an intermediate option, so it would be great if we could get something that, I'm not asking for a timeline guarantee, but if we could get something in that whatever contract we decide upon, that we're gonna make a commitment to clean our vehicles in Reading as soon as possible, because that's important to us, that would be great. Thank you. Thank you. There was one more thing that caught my eye, in unacceptable items that go in the trash, pet waste. Like, we have a lot of pets in town. What are we expecting residents to do with pet waste?
Well, pet waste are just going to regular trash. It's to the incinerator. Avanta.
Okay.
Rerolled.
Yeah. Okay. This was a huge presentation. I'm pretty sure I read in unacceptable trash components, it said pet waste.
In the RFP?
Yeah. Well, in the response, I don't know what it was. This was huge, but it says unacceptable, and it wasn't recycling. Oh, it is mentioned there too, I think, as unacceptable. And that's fine. But if we go to, let me see if I can just Google not Google, but search on pet waste.
I guess unless Waste Management wants to respond, and maybe you know if it's acceptable or not, or Republic.
I don't, that might have been unacceptable maybe in the recycling thing, but the trash is.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's.
Let me just, thank you. Okay, the only other thing that jumps out at me is that it's great to have an app, and my phone is crushed under the apps that I have, but we have been working really hard to have the use of C-Click Fix. How much value is it to have another app? If C-Click Fix is working, can we not use C-Click Fix? Are you gonna need to go to 2 different locations to resolve residential concern or commercial concern?
Well, for example, with Waste Management's proposal, they would have that dedicated website just for Reading, where residents go on to report missed pickups or whatever they might need to report, and that would actually replace the C-Click Fix option because it kind of eliminates the middleman, if you will. You know, they can go directly to the contractor and report the missed pickups.
Yeah, so that's my point. So that's another behavioral thing or another step for residents to figure out. So, okay. Okay, thank you. That's it.
Melissa?
Just a quick follow-up question. The deduction on the waste management quotes that you took off for the dumpsters, did you take that off the weekly recycling one as well? Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So I guess where I'm at with this is I was also thrown for a loop, like I said. I was going into this thinking that, you know, Waste Management getting these additional asks and whatever included, you know, didn't get everything that we wanted, but, you know, you never do. But then Republic came back and just, I never thought I would actually be saying the word Republic in Reading, Massachusetts, after what transpired in the past. But looking at the proposal, for me, it comes down to obviously money, yes, but convenience of our residents. And I never put bulk stuff out. My wife sells everything on Facebook for whatever kinds of money. You know, people show up all hours. But it's mainly about other residents, obviously, that, you know, enjoy this kind of not luxury that we have, but kind of you move to Reading for the schools, the safe community, and you want your trash picked up in like the basics here. And I feel as if we're getting a little away from the basics after everything that we've approved in the town over the past couple of years. So that's a long-winded way of saying that I'm not entirely sure which direction I would go with this, but I much to the chagrin of Matt, Jane, Sharon, and you, I kind of think that I want to go down the weekly recycling option as well. And I know Republic didn't include it in theirs, and Waste Management was like 380,000, something like that. I'd like to see what Republic comes at for theirs. And spoiler, if it's more than 380, then I'm not having this conversation, or whatever the number was. But I don't know for me if I'm ready to vote on this tonight. At least that's me personally. I kind of feel that there's something unresolved. And if we have to have a special meeting just to have the final answer, then so be it. But I don't know what I want to do. So, Carlo.
I recommend that. I think waiting 2 weeks would be a disservice to both vendors. How quickly can Republic get us a recycling price?
I'm sorry, the audio broke up.
How quickly can you get us a weekly recycling price factored into the contract?
I can get it to you by Monday, the latest.
Okay, thank you.
Karen?
I think that one bulk item is more important than the recycling part. That's just my opinion based on what people have said. And I came in here tonight willing to go the extra 400 grand or whatever it was for the bulk item based on the math of, well, if I threw away one item 6 times in a year, it's going to cost me $300 a year. If you multiply that by 6,000 homes, that's like a couple $1 million. And so I'm thinking, well, 400 grand is a bargain compared to that. And we're taking on as a community the burden of the charge as opposed to like an insurance company passing it on to the residents. And so that really stuck with me as being much more important than every week recycling. So that's just my opinion on it. But I think the recycling piece can be, quote, fixed by having an extra barrel. Not that anybody wants an extra barrel, but I think that if you have to pick one over the other, I think residents would much rather have a bulk item once a week than have to deal with their recycling.
Melissa?
I actually want both, and Republic's offering both with the 2 million. They're offering the free bulk, and now that's why I want to see what they're going to offer.
We don't know what,
weekly.
right.
Yeah.
To Chris's response of saying it's off the table, I don't think I'd want Republic to be off the table just if it's another.
Oh, yeah, no.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
No, I'm saying if it was high, if they came in at 679 or some ludicrous number, that's what I meant.
I mean, like,
yes, I understand
just
what you're
wanted to
saying.
say
Yeah,
that.
yeah. No, I think both are really important, and I kind of did a very non-scientific drive-by on trash days the past couple weeks. Most families that have more than 3 children already have 2 recycling bins that fall out every week. So I just want to be cognizant of those larger families because I feel like we keep hitting them. And I am one of them, but we just keep, hitting them with stuff. So I really would love to wait until Republic can get us a price on recycling. And I would love for Waste Management to come back with maybe some improved pricing.
Carlo?
Last question. So for both vendors, of all the communities you service, are they all 2 weeks for recycling?
They vary. Like Woburns every other week. They're right next door.
Okay.
Bigger in size. They've always been every other week. Bedford's every other week for us. Arlington's weekly. It varies.
Okay. It varies. Okay, so there's no.
It's not uncommon to go every other.
Right, but there's still a lot of people who do weekly as well.
Yeah, there's some communities that still do weekly.
Okay, all right. I was saying it was an industry trend to do every 2 weeks.
No.
Okay, except for the community.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Probably a money thing.
Well, yeah, but I'm just wondering because maybe going electric. Doing the first time I heard CNG. So it's trends. Industries change over time, and we went from manual to mechanical pickup. Obviously, less workman's comp, and all that stuff, and less injuries. So industry changes, so that's why I was asking.
Samantha, did you have something?
Yeah, I just wanted to add on to that. Another one of my customers, they recently just switched to automated collection, trash, recycle. They have weekly trash collection and every other week recycle collection. It's actually the town of Andover. And they have implemented second and third cart options to help with the every other week recycling collection.
We did that.
So what do we want to do? I'm going to obviously open it to the public in a moment, but Karen, okay. Yes.
Okay. In acceptable waste, which is in the Reading RFP, it says pet waste was not acceptable waste. That's where the definition came from. Maybe that came from the state. That's where it is. So as long as pet waste is okay in both of these contracts, we're good to go. And I would like to try to keep weekly recycling and include a bulk item. And frankly, to your point, I don't put out that many bulk items. I do try to sell stuff or recycle or give away a free cycle. So is there another option to do bulk options once or twice a month? You know, so let's be a little creative too. But I would like to wait and hear if we could do both.
So I'll open it up to the public real quick if you have any questions, comments. Anybody online, Maddie?
Somebody over here.
Yeah. Chris in the room then.
Thanks.
Name and address, 2 minutes.
Chris Cook, Grove Street, just a quick question either for DPW or the representatives. Obviously, we saw happen in Republic, the catastrophe with the other facility. So I do want to ask, I assume both of your employees are unionized, and during this 5-year contract, will all the employees be under contract during the entire term?
We're not union.
Not
We're
unionized?
not a union
Okay.
shop.
Solve that.
And Samantha.
The location that services the town of Reading, our Haverhill location, is non-union. And the union contract that we just signed at our Peabody office, that is a 5-year contract. So that would be, it's completely separate from any services that the town would receive from Republic.
Excellent. Thank you.
Anyone online, Maddie? All good?
Not seeing any hands raised.
So I think the consensus from us is let's wait. We'll get the pricing on Monday. If we have to have a Tuesday meeting, we can schedule it in advance just for this topic to make a final decision. Does that sound good for everyone? A Zoom only, still public comment, whatever we want to do, but real refined, and we'll make an answer then. There's no, let's wait another week or whatever. So
Yeah,
everyone's good with that?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, just for open meeting law purposes, if you want to call a meeting on Tuesday, we'll have to send out a packet on Thursday.
Yes.
And so I will ask Republic, Samantha, please do what you can to get us something by Thursday, if possible. Republic did not give us weekly prices, either in their initial proposal or in their revised proposal. They chose not to. So just reminding the board of that. I look forward to seeing some new numbers. We'll ask both vendors to give us their best and final offers on Thursday.
Final.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chris. And thank you both for showing up.
Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, everyone.
Do we want 2 minutes or are we moving on? How do we feel?
Let's move on.
All right. 8:15, discuss a lease amendment and memorandum of understanding regarding parking recal. Matt, Jane, did you want to go over this?
Yeah, this was on the agenda last time. If you remember, you were talking about having a representative go and help negotiate with this. I think that I felt that we were, time was of the essence. We had CPDC last night, so we had to go forward and get some information first, which we did. That's happening. CPDC dealt with it last night. They seem satisfied with the assurances we gave them. If you want to still appoint somebody to work with us, that's fine. I'm not asking for anybody to work with us. I think we've done a good job on our own, satisfying CPDC and getting some original agreements together. But, you know, that's where it's at. But if you want to take a second crack at it tonight, you know, that's fine.
So can I ask a clarifying, is there any work that a select board member would have to do on this, or you just will present the final one for a vote?
We'll present the final one for the vote for sure. And so it will come to the select board. The lease amendment will come to the select board. You know, I have the authority to negotiate, and that's in the charter, and that's what I've been doing. That's what I do on union contracts. You know, there's no select board member sitting with me in union negotiations. So I mean, I think I'm fine to negotiate it with the team we have. I'm not asking for anybody to be appointed, and we're sort of getting late in the game. You know, but it's the prerogative of the board, obviously. But I'm not asking for it.
Board member Karen?
So the announcement that was made last night at CPDC about revenue. So CPDC announced that was not their purview, and they shouldn't have been talking about it. And I understand that parking should be resolved early on to get the site plan approval.
Mm-hmm.
So where does that proclamation that has gone before the school committee and gone before CPDC by our select board designate? Where's that leave that?
Where does the proclamation leave that?
Yeah, where he announced to everyone last night in the audience that he has been working with the town manager's office and come up with a revenue sharing, I shouldn't say revenue sharing, a plan to divert some of the rent if and when it's paid from Burbank to a program over at the schools. I believe it's Unified Sports.
Right. So Unified Sports, there was a instructional motion at last town meeting to find a way to fund it. Through the negotiations with Burbank on the parking, they originally asked for a lot, and there were a lot we couldn't give them. We went back and said, you know, sorry, I didn't want to negotiate it on the floor here. One thing that they wanted was still to find a way to fund this unified sport. That was one of the terms. So, you know, there's a lot of restrictions on that money because state law and whatnot, but we found out that we could do an account, and that's what all we agreed to is to bring that to town meeting. So it's going to be up to town meeting to decide. That's their ask. So we're asking for parking. They were asking, let's, you know, bring this to town meeting. I said, town meeting's already said, present us with a solution. Here's a funding source in a time that we don't have a lot of funding.
So I think we're mixing stuff here, if I may, because the schools just got a tremendous increase in their budget this year, thanks to the millionaires tax.
Mm-hmm.
So we are being forced to face with the probability or possibility of an override, which is extremely unpopular. So if we authorize you, the town manager, because I'm sorry, I disagree. We signed this contract. This is a select board contract. We need to take, and in the past, IFRIA has advised us to take affirmative action to delegate to you, and we did it earlier tonight with the fire chief. So I completely disagree.
Mm-hmm.
Nevertheless, this is a really important project. So in terms of the parking, it's important that we have a way to move forward.
Exactly.
But what we're talking about is, so what would this be, another amendment with Burbank?
No, it wouldn't be another. So we're doing a lease amendment for liability mostly, and then an MOU. And the MOU would be something that I could sign, and that would be in the MOU portion.
Regarding parking spaces and using.
Regarding parking and going to town meeting and asking for this, what I just explained.
I mean,
and that's,
10 persons can bring something to town meeting.
Yeah, that's fine too. If 10 people wanted to sign and bring something to town. That's why I didn't think it was a hard ask. Town meeting asked for it anyway.
Well, town meeting didn't ask us to pay for it. I mean, you know, and
they said to find a way to fund it, you know, so, and it's an important program, so.
It's an important option to have, and I understand there's demand in the community, and I understand that we are supposed to be in cost containment mode, and the schools just got I don't even have any data on what this would look like. Are we looking to find a position? It was so like unexpected and just announced. A position, hire an outside firm, like maybe Saturday Night Lights, provide programming in this area.
I'm not sure what that's about.
I don't know what it's about either, and that's what I'm asking for, more
Okay.
information.
On the school department budget?
Nope, I'm asking for more information on this proposal that our Burbank designee, who's been running around town telling he's accomplished with the town manager's office and representing himself as a member of the Burbank board. I'm trying to understand, and I'm trying to understand exactly the scope of this. If, as you just said, we're just responding to an informational warrant article with town meeting, we don't need a memorandum of understanding with Burbank on this particular topic.
Right, I'm not saying that's the only reason why we're doing it. It seemed to be a win-win. They're asking for something that we've already said we were gonna provide to town meeting through the instructional motion process, and that's the only thing they're asking for.
Well, I've been asking for a regular rent contribution to the town coffers.
Yeah.
And we're not getting that, so
No,
I don't know what
agree.
we're getting out of this.
We're getting parking, which we need to move these projects along.
Is there a draft, because CPDC had something to look at last night? Is there
Yes.
a draft that the select board should be looking at?
We can give you that draft. That was mostly on just the liability issues, but yeah, it was in their packet last night. I thought I circulated it to you before, maybe not, but I can give you the current draft on that.
And then this liability issue, that concern that they have, honestly, they've had access to the rear parking lot for many, many years, and residents have been parking there for really, really years. So does this liability issue cover that as well? Like, this isn't really a new issue, residents parking in that back lot. They've been allowing it, but recently a new milk board member seems to be
It's better to
concerned.
formalize things on something like that.
Yeah, so it'll be formalized across the board, is that the intention?
It'll be formalized to the extent of this agreement, of this
So
lease
that
agreement.
anybody who parks there, they don't have to worry about liability?
It's town parking. We're using it for time. People could park there for whatever. I don't know about their liability, but for the parking we're looking for, that's what it's for. Yeah.
Cause I don't really see the difference. That's a parking
Okay.
lot.
Yeah.
And they're like letting people park there. They're residents. They're using the town ball fields and whatever else. And now we're officially asking them, can we use some parking for some new amenities we're gonna build over there? I would think they would want release from liability for that whole area if they're gonna, it makes no sense to only ask us about 5 spots or whatever it is and ignore all of the residents and public that is already parking on that land, right?
That's their call. I don't know. I just know as it pertains to us, that's what I'm concerned
Okay,
about.
so they didn't ask us to cover any of that liability.
Yeah, right.
But they have the same liability, no matter who parks there. Okay,
Right.
thank you.
Yeah, so that's where we're at.
Melissa.
It's my understanding that us as the town want to cover ourselves with the pickleball liability. It wasn't Burbank worried about the parking. Am I confused? Okay, so it's the opposite.
It's the opposite.
Okay, so it was Burbank that asked us to cover ourselves with that parking. Okay.
With the liability, yes.
Karen.
Is it are there going to be assigned spaces behind Burbank that are specifically, or is it just anywhere behind there?
Yeah, so there's a designated area that's intended to be for pickleball. It's right against Range Road. Yeah. There's tons of parking behind Burbank, but basically we would ask the pickleball community to
like
park.
this, not the building like this. Is that what you're telling me? The back of the building is this way, but Range Road is this way. So it would be this. Never forget it.
We have all these drawings. We have so many drawings here.
Like this.
Yeah, I'm like, I can't follow. If you're in Burbank, right, there's these long rows, sort of how people tend to orient their parking back there, longer rows, longitudinal on the axis of the long distance of the building, okay?
Yes.
I know you're familiar with the building.
I am.
Okay, so it would be along there. So if you're gonna play pickleball, you pull into the back lot and you would park nose in, facing the new courts, so to speak, or facing Range Road. You'd pull in and you'd have your nose in that way. There's tons of parking there. We're looking for 28 spots.
And are they going to be designated so that they?
They're not going to be, we're not going to put signs out. If we need to, if there is a problem, we'll take care of that. We have staff that will be on site working at Recal every day. That site is so unused that there are weeds growing in the gravel. Okay, so it's not used. If CBDC asked us last night if we need to paint, will we paint lines out there? If we need to, we don't anticipate that. In order for people to book the pickleball courts through our system, we can put information up there of where designated parking is for pickleball, so they go over there and they don't park in the Recal lot. We have members from pickleball community here. We will continue to communicate that information, and we'll have staff on site. And if it's a problem, we'll address it immediately.
I just want to make sure, I haven't seen it. I don't know who's liable for what, but I just want to make sure that we have a safe place for people to park for pickleball. And then if somebody happens to be there for some hockey, dancing, skating event, that there's not a lot of crossover. Do you know what I mean? Like, as far as that kind of stuff, that's just what I'm getting at.
Sure. I don't anticipate a problem.
Okay. But we can review it if it becomes an issue.
Of course. Okay. We will review it. Staff will review it constantly. We work very well with Burbank. They've been very good to work with for our trash contract. Their rink manager at Pluto has been fantastic to work with our staff, Chris and with Mike Kessman, and with all the other sports that park over there. They're very amenable and
I guess for right now, it seems like they're two very different topics, and the most important immediate is the parking, which we really want to get resolved. And the unified sports thing is separate because it involves the rent part of it. So I'm of the understanding that we're just doing an amendment for just parking. And so can the other thing be handled separately, or is it currently being handled separately? Or are they trying to tie it together? Like, are they holding parking hostage in order to get the
I think that's an unfortunate characterization to say that they're holding parking hostage.
Kind of jokingly, but do you know what I mean? Like, I don't.
So there have been both bodies have expressed an interest in opening the lease to talk about that.
Okay.
And so Burbank had, as Mr. Cornelis indicated, I'm very formal sometimes. As the town manager indicated, they had many asks. And in the interest of satisfying our parking agreement, they eliminated their other asks and asked for a stabilization fund to be presented to town meeting for the purpose of funding unified sports. And that would require a town meeting vote, and it would require a town meeting vote annually to town meeting to appropriate those funds into the account based on what the lease payment is to the town that year. So the decision is still at the town meeting vote, and if it's on the lease amendment, this board still has the right and the authority to sign off on any lease amendments. If the board were to have other matters they wanted us to open up for the lease, those could come forward. There's nothing to preclude that. We're getting late now. Thank you. Thanks, Alice.
The MBTA.
The MBTA.
They're giving us the signal.
Yeah. So, we think it's a positive. We think it's a positive.
Right.
I just think it's surprising because I wasn't here a couple of years ago when they signed their extension.
Right.
And so to me, that would have been the time to kind of make some modifications. So this is, I guess the timing is the timing, but
I wasn't here at that time. I understand there was a request at that time.
What other things were I'm sorry.
I'm done. Thank you.
Karen.
May I ask what other kinds of things they might be looking for?
Right now, that's all they're looking for is this. That's it. We've got.
You mentioned some other things that.
In the past, during the negotiations, they wanted like a longer term, an extra 10 years, things like that, which would be too hard to do. It would probably take town meeting vote. So, we needed to move quickly on the parking. So this is what we came down to.
So yeah, to other Karen's point, it's the lease negotiation that they sign. That's their option every 10 years. It's in there they can sign it or not, and we have no say whether or not they renew or any input in changing things that requires town meeting, like changes, any modification there. And The other thing, with any kind of negotiation that Matt and Jane have been doing where it's been mentioned, a handful of items that Burbank wanted, they have to get something out of this. It's not that, if the something ends up being unified sports and its funding source, it's up for a vote. And if it passes, it passes. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But that is their only current ask compared to a litany of other items that they originally asked for, which would delay things, and pickleball would get delayed, and the retail project and all of that. They've acquiesced and settled on that. So that is what, is going to get presented to town meeting. Or, if we have to sign off on it, we do. But that's it. I don't know what else has to be discussed with it. Karen.
So let me just say that one point of negotiation is that this contract be a win-win for the town and Burbank, and that we are not told take it or leave it. And that is, you're correct. That is the way it's written. Ivrea reviewed it.
I don't think
nobody's happy about that. Maybe you are. No one else is.
This is just one item, Karen.
It's not a win-win. It's not collaborative. And that board over there is mostly Reading residents. And that was so the funny thing that I'm still struggling with is that they are a 501c. They literally can raise money or put aside funds to run their own unified sports program. They don't need to have anything to do with the school department unless it's somehow specifically a skating unified sports program. So I'm still struggling with why they're even asking for it. And I know you didn't like your characterization, but it kind of feels like that. It just doesn't feel like the two things put together.
I don't think that they're asking. I think that the fund would go in, and it's up to the town purview whether or not the school committee ran it, the rec committee gave money to Burbank for skating. However the town sees fit to run with the money that was put into the account is how that would happen. It's not specific to the school. Yeah, they're giving it away. It's a give and take. They want one item, and we want parking and pickleball. I don't know what else to say. It seems in the grand scheme of things, like Matt knows of other items they've asked for, we're down to one item. Unless
a couple things. I think the biggest reason that they would like to put money into, that I've heard in public comments, is that, Burbank was given to the town by Mr. Burbank, or built by Mr. Burbank, and his, whole,
legacy.
Thank you. Legacy was the kids of this town. And we have this program that's been started by a volunteer who happens to be my neighbor and is a teacher in town. And it's a basketball program that has arrived, but they struggle to, bring funds in for it. So I fully support bringing, Burbank to Reading residents. You may not think that it's a big deal, but I promise you, Reading residents think Burbank's a big deal in that ice rink. And I think that if we even spoke of not renewing a lease with them, it would be a big problem in town. And I know that all the kids that skate there, whether it's hockey or, ice skating, I believe that most people would really love to hear that whatever they're contributing is now going back into a unified sports program here in town.
Karen, final point.
So there's never been any mention of not renewing the lease. There's the request to discuss the lease, which is typewritten and dates to the 90s. And the answer that the last time it was signed was an absolute no, which was not a great answer. It wasn't a good look for the board. We also, Burbank gave $1 million. Burbank was a very savvy financial person and never wanted this rink to be a burden on the town. And he also gave money to the Burbank YMCA. In my mind, the YMCA and basketball are a better fit. So I'm still going to struggle with why this board would feel like they need to do this. I would rather it be, it's a great thing to have. And if the residents want it, we should figure out how to do it. It shouldn't be coming out of an ice skating rink authority. That's all. That's where I'm on.
So the Burbank thing real quick for the YMCA, just like we gave ARPA money and ran the programs through there, the rec committee could do the same thing with this fund. It's not pigeonholed to just within, Oakland Road. It can go elsewhere. Am I mistaken, or am I just like creating this?
So the unified sports program is through the high school, through the school department. Recreation helps out actively. It's a great program, and they're looking to expand it to elementary school students.
Okay.
So right now there are no unified sports programs for elementary school students at all. It's middle school track, it's high school track. There's a few other components that I'm forgetting at the moment, but I'm sorry? Basketball, I beg your pardon. You did mention that. And so they're looking to expand it to have inclusive unified sports for the elementary school. That is, I met with Dr. Milishevsky on that. And it's something that there's a tremendous amount of support for in the community.
So
But there is not a budget designated.
So it's
for that.
predominantly will be the school, but there's some leeway in other areas.
Right. And it's not, my understanding to Ms. Herrick's question is that it's not to fund a full-time position. They have, a rec person that on the school side that administers this work. It's for, refereeing and supervision and equipment and things like that. So there is some staffing time that's required, but it's not like a full-time benefited position in addition to what they're already doing. But we can get more information on that if that would be helpful to the board. I'd be happy to get more information on that for the board as we go forward.
Hello.
All right. I haven't spoken yet. I've been listening. I appreciate everyone's comments. I think we need to move on. These people have been waiting a long time. It sounds like we don't need a designee to help with the amendment. And this will be up to town meeting. And town meeting can go any direction town meeting wants to go. So I think us discussing this ad nauseum is pointless. We bring it to town meeting, let town meeting decide, and then we figure it out from there. But that's just my opinion. It's 10 o'clock, and we have a lot more to do on the agenda. So everyone has spoken. It's my first time speaking, but we need to move on, and that's my 2 cents.
Yep. I agree. So Matt, you can, work on things how you were and.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, so update from MBTA regarding proposed turnback track, page 283, 288 of the packet. MBTA, no, 288. MBTA is here. Thank you for waiting. Alistair, you shut the lights off. You're here too.
You want to be noticed.
Yes. Do you have a presentation online that
you?
Okay.
Thank you, Maddie.
Yep.
Good evening. For those of you who haven't met before, I'm Sharon Cranston. I am the Director of Rail Modernization Delivery. That means it's my responsibility to implement any infrastructure upgrades required to support anything to do with the rail modernization program. So that's the more frequent all-day service across our network and the electrification. So today I'm here, today I'm here about the Reading Turnback Track, because it's in Reading. And I've been here a few times before in the community. Next slide, please, Maddie. So initially, the community became aware of this project because of a notice of intent that we filed. And we became aware that communication had broken down. We pulled that notice of intent. We came to the select board. We held a public meeting in February. We paused the project. And then we took the community concerns, which were really focused around some alternative project locations, the noise, grade crossing, and emission concerns. And we did some work. We hired consultants to help us look into those issues. And then we put together that information. And through the end of the summer and early fall, we met with the Reading police and fire chiefs to talk about the grade crossing, and we gave them the detailed data. We also had some more meetings with Wakefield and Melrose police and fire chiefs. And we met with the elected officials that represent Reading. We held a special meeting with some of the abutters who have been very vocal in their concerns to show them our public meeting deck and hear their concerns in advance of the public meeting. And we held another full public meeting. We had that one hybrid because In our experience, there's some that gets us a better participation because some people just aren't able to get out of their homes for one reason or another. So we had that one hybrid with the predominantly virtual, but having that listening room at the library to make sure that we could have as much participation as possible. So we've done a lot to try to fix the breakdown in communication that we had. And tomorrow night we'll be at the Conservation Commission again with our new notice of intent. So this is the project as it stands now. I know some of the figures have been a little bit more representative. So this is a technical drawing that is attached to our notice of intent. What you're seeing is on Willow Street's a little bit faded on the left because it's for the notice of intent. It's a little bit more focused on the environmental items. You can see the dark line for the Arizona River. The dashed line is showing the riverfront setback. So the track will be constructed 100 feet back from the riverfront setback. The last 100 feet of track is a safety buffer. So there's a bumper at the end of the track, then you have 100 feet, and then we'll place the track pan. And that track pan, it's a metal pan that we have a liner that absorbs any oil and that is maintained and replaced as necessary. That will fix the locomotive at that location because it's got the track pan. So the engineers will know that that's where they're parking. And we have selected to be as far away from the homes as reasonably possible. The source of noise and emissions is the locomotive. So we don't generally talk about the coaches in this conversation because the coaches will vary, but they also aren't the source of the concerns. That's why when we talk about things, we're really focused on the locomotive. Next slide, please. Based on the community concerns, we've added a couple scope elements. One of them is the track pan I just described. Another is some plantings. We are working with the conservation for appropriate native species. We want a species that is vertical growing and not horizontal. Horizontal is always a problem for us for safety reasons. Arborvitae is one that we've used before in our projects, but it's not the only one. And our environmental team has been in communication with the Conservation Commission to make sure that any planting is appropriate with the conservation land because it's in the buffer zone. We're looking to do a privacy screen. So we're looking for something evergreen. So you're getting that screen for the year and only for the length of the locomotive. We are not going to be screening the whole length of the train. Next slide, please. So the community has suggested several alternative locations. Some of them we had considered early on. We just didn't bring alternatives to the community when we first communicated. So we have included those just to make sure that our community members know that we heard them. Unfortunately, none of the alternatives work for our objective, our operational objective of having that 30-minute ability to have 30-minute service. Some of them were too far along on the single track section, and we have to clear that single track section before another train can go the other direction. So it just isn't physically possible. Some of the options required a full station rebuild, which is a longer timeline. When it's conservatively speaking, when it's funded, then we're looking at 6 years, presuming everything goes smoothly. And that's because generally you're looking at 2 years of design, a year of permitting and bidding, and 3 years of construction. So the 6 years isn't just a made up number. And some of the locations required property acquisition, particularly one location that we have to move power lines that have been built within our right of way since the second track was pulled up. Next slide, please. So in April, we conducted a noise study. We hired an acoustic engineer who is celebrated in his field. He is certified, and he actually has provided input to the FRA and FTA on their guidelines. He brought in equipment and calibrated it, placed 3 microphones in the area around the turnback track. We worked with Keolis to idle a train. It ended up being 20 minutes because we had to balance not blocking any of the trains carrying our passengers. Our target for the time of day, we wanted it to not be during the peak periods when ambient car traffic could be masking some of the sounds, but during the operational time of day. So noon was agreed that it would work both with our operations of our trains in order to have a train idling there, but also it would be representative. So what we did is we had those noise monitors there for over 24 hours. We had the same time period 2 days in a row, 1 day with the idling train, 1 day without. And so I've really focused down on that 20-minute period because that's your one-to-one comparison. What we found from those noise monitors is that you were getting near the houses approximately 5 to 6 decibels difference with the idling train. That is below any regulatory limit. It's enough that you would notice it if you're in your backyard. You probably wouldn't notice it in your house. It's not going to stop you from being able to hold a conversation outside. So it's noticeable, but it shouldn't be enough that it's getting in the way of your life. Next slide, please. We, based on feedback from the community, and I had a hard time communicating the gate closure data. This is the way I've found best to represent it. What we're showing with the yellow bars is your current gate closures on your busiest hour at each intersection. And then a representative of what we're proposing is the purple. So generally what we're going to see is more frequent gate closures, but each gate closure should be less duration. At Ash Street, Main Street, because you've got the two streets there, that is a fairly long gate closure. They have to close together, and that's always going to happen. But there's things we can do to try to optimize that and shave a few seconds off each gate closure, which will add up over time. You are increasing about 20 activations per day, but per hour, which is really a more approachable time scale, because you're not going to be going through on the road constantly throughout the day. Per hour, you're going from 3 to 4 gate closures. Sorry, last slide, please. Thanks. At Washington Street, that's where we're seeing the most reduction in the gate closure time per closure, and that's because we're moving the turns out of the station. Right now, we're getting a longer activation because of that turn. Some of that activation, I don't think the gate's actually down, but our computers only record the activation. So we're able to, by moving the turn out of the station, reduce that activation. But it's going to be the same number of activations and same activations per hour as with Ash Main. Next slide, please, Natty. At Woburn Street, this is where you're going to see the biggest impact. Because every turn train is now going to be going through Woburn Street, whereas currently they're staying in the station, you are seeing a significant increase in activations. So you're seeing about just shy of 40 increase at Woburn Street. So you're going from an average of 1.5 per hour to 4 per hour. Willow Street, you're seeing a similar ratio increase as you were at the others, but because you're not getting more than the ones going up through Haverhill, you're only going up from 1.5 to 2 per hour. Next slide, please. For the emissions, we are going to be spending more time in your community with our trains, but we have committed to incorporating renewable diesel on the Haverhill line. The renewable diesel, for the same amount of time being used, is significantly better on all emissions. What we're showing here in the yellow is your current fuel and emissions, and the purple is under the future schedule with the renewable diesel fuel. So you'll see that the NOx does increase. If it was 1 for 1 the same time, the NOx would be reduced. So the only reason you're seeing that increase is because of the additional time we'll be spending in your community. But even with that additional time, the rest of the emissions across the board are reduced. Next slide, please. We're going to be at the Conservation Commission tomorrow night with our environmental experts, so given that we are over an hour and a half over schedule, you can just go to the next slide, which I believe is questions.
Melissa?
The MBTA asked Matt for the board to give questions, and I gave, I believe, 6, 7, 8, and I haven't received an answer on any of them.
No, sorry, it's in my inbox. I was going to answer you this evening. 1 second, let me see if I can. Do you have them in front of you to ask directly? Or?
I do have some of them, yeah, but I mean, the most important one was the data. Like you mentioned data on crossing, you mentioned data on sound, and you mentioned data on emissions. And as a town, we've seen none of it.
So we have provided to the police and fire chief the gate closure data.
Not the raw data, you have it.
Yes.
Oh, you have?
Yes.
Has the town received that?
Did it go through you, Matt?
Went to the chief.
It went to the two chiefs, I think.
Okay.
But it was embargoed when it went to them, I thought. I mean,
I don't do the communication directly. So I made sure that the raw data, because that's in Excel format, I was able to provide that to the chiefs, and I was able to walk through the analysis with them. The noise and the sound data, I don't have the software packages in order to use the raw data. That's why I only get the outputs.
That's actually a different answer than we were told recently. We were just told that the consultant didn't get the raw data, so which is accurate? You don't have the software?
The consultant has the raw data.
But the MBTA didn't get it, is what we were told.
The MBTA doesn't get the raw data from the consultant because we don't have the ability to process it. So they have the raw data and they give us output, but there's no, a file format that I have no way of reading isn't very helpful.
But if the MBTA hired a consultant, why wouldn't you think that that consultant should be at these meetings to give the information to the residents and us?
That's my responsibility.
But you can't give it to us.
I am giving it to you.
But we want to double check it. No one's going to take anything at anyone's word. We want to actually see the full data. It's fair for the town to ask for all of the data.
The plots that I provided at the public meeting, that is the full data.
Okay, so you can say that, but what was brought to us tonight is that, the state auditor just did this study that I'm so glad one of the residents brought up, because I did a little background check on it, and that Massachusetts State Auditor recently highlighted concerns with public trust and outlined issues with public trust with the MBTA. That's what you're doing right here, because you're not being straightforward with the town and the residents. And there's no reason to try to circumvent why we shouldn't see the data. No reason. And the list goes on and on of why there's no public trust with the MBTA. That was my first question. My second question is, what studies have been conducted to support the need for the additional trains for 30 minutes to Boston from Reading?
So, we've discussed this in the previous presentations. This is the rail modernization policy as adopted by the MBTA and the MBTA board. It is our policy to provide more service to all riders. This was our response to the changes of our ridership during COVID. We've previously given you presentations on this background. There is nobody who's going to prove, as we very honestly said, as good engineers, how many people are actually going to turn up, what day they're going to turn up. But there is a lot of good data that we're providing a service that people want, which is more frequent, which gives them more flexibility, and we're actually attracts riders. And this has happened in lots of places, including communities around Boston. So it is our strong belief, it is all the best professional knowledge, that this is what happens when you provide better service all day in both directions. And as I can say, I know as a rider on this line, and I've seen it, including coming to the Concom walk up the site. There are people riding in the middle of the day on the kind of trains that people are saying are not being used. So
there may be 3 people at the depot.
It is not 3 people. And we have counters out there, and we've counted them. And yes, it isn't a huge amount. We shared it in our original presentation. We showed you the time of duration of day.
And in one of the presentations, I believe it was you that said that there was literally 0 people on a train. I don't understand how the MBTA can take grant money of $11 million when there's no financial data to support the increase in the trains and the increase in the employees you're gonna need?
I can politely say there is. We have the employees, we have a contract with an operator that can provide this. We have the equipment and we have the budget.
And I can
And we
politely
also-
say that, I believe FY 25 or 26, the MBTA is currently at $160 million debt, so there's also that. So clearly, there's not great
That
planning
is
there.
nothing to do with this particular contract, which is contracted and fixed.
This particular contract, my understanding, is only for the track.
No, this particular contract, to be very clear, this is a capital contract we're talking about the train extension. You're talking about the operations. The operations is contracted with a third party that is funded. And as you know, public finance does tend to go year to year. So it will be fixed next year as it was last year.
Nope, because FY 25 had $307 million in debt, so I don't think it's gonna get fixed, but okay. So Reading was awarded over $2 million with an MVP grant to do Millette Sums. Has the MBTA reached out to the Executive Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs who gave us that grant?
We have not. They are not a butter in this sense.
Excuse me, say that again.
I said we have not. They are not a butter in this sense.
You're right, they're not, but they also gave Reading over $2 million to do that project.
We acknowledge that, but we don't have the capability to reach out to everybody affected by every bit of service we have. We run through 150 communities. It is very difficult. We do our best, and we are doing our best with you. We're providing a lot of additional information. And yes, you don't trust us, but it's very hard to get somebody to trust you when you're saying, give us the data, and we just get challenged that it's a lie. We can't prove that data other than saying, here is a report done by a reputable analysis.
We actually haven't seen a report, we've only seen what you've provided us.
That is the report.
With MBTA writing on it, that's not a report from the person that did the data.
Anyway, yeah.
Maddie, can you please give me permission to share?
Yes, 1 second. You're Sharon, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, you should be good to share.
There we go. So these are the slides that we shared at the select board meeting. This is the data, or the public meeting. This is the data. This is what is recorded on a microphone. The microphones are calibrated before being put in place. No modification is made to the readings. This is what we said at the residents meeting. This is what we said at the public meeting. This is the data. They have a software program that reads this off of the readers from the microphones. The acoustic engineer said that the profile that he sees here is consistent with community like Reading. He had no reason to have any concerns with this data. You have spikes throughout the day. Some of them are trains passing, some of them are airplanes passing. You're seeing the sound going down overnight. That's perfectly normal. Everything he saw was normal. This red band here, that's when the train was idling. And in that window, you can see there's some noise, but nothing extraordinary, nothing outside of what is expected. The white band is the overnight when outside of the hours of service. And that's the turn service. So these are the same slides that we provided already. This is the plot for Hancock Street. We are seeing similar trends. And this is the plot for Willow Street.
Yes. I just wanted to confirm that these were presented at the abutters meeting. I recognize these slides.
That actually wasn't, I understand that, I did watch not the abutters meeting, the public meeting. I did watch that, but I would like a full report, not just these random slides. And my understanding is when you have someone come out and do testing like this, there should be a full official report.
That's if we commission a NEPA required full acoustic study. What we did here was we heard the concerns of the community and we went and gathered data so we could then bring it back to the community. That's a different level of effort because we didn't trigger NEPA. So we didn't commission a study that had that kind of report because it wasn't what we needed. What we needed was to be able to communicate to the community that we heard their concern, we went and collected data, and we're showing the data. This is us showing and sharing with you the information that we collected.
So if I could just real quick on that point, is that I've been CC'd on the emails from the MBTA for obviously months, if not years at this point. But the residents have been asking for the raw data for months, and I then requested it myself, in which I was told that I would be able to get it. And now you're telling me that that is not going to actually happen. So I'm just wondering.
I'll chime in if I could, Chair.
If you could.
Cam Doherty, Director of Government Affairs, emailing you. So I said any raw data that we have, we can get from the contractor, we will pass along. But I've said that, I mean, in my communications with Lucas, I've said the same thing. If we can get it from the contractor, we absolutely will. But any data that I do receive will get passed on to the town and to the abutters. They're all, I mean, I know you guys are all on the same threads.
But it's more along the lines of that people have been asking for it. If it doesn't exist, they don't have it, or whatever scenario you want to come up with, then it should have been, like, sorry, we don't have this kind of thing, not just, we'll get you what we got kind of, and then that's why I had to inject myself and ask for it as well, because I'm like, well, now I get to ask for it because they have, and it hasn't been responded to, and if you can't get it from the contractor, perhaps you need a different highly esteemed contractor that you had. I would think that it's part of their obligation to give you everything they have. And if you give that to us and we can't read it, we can't do anything with it, you're done. But don't tell me you're going to do it and then don't actually do it.
No, that's totally fair. I hear you, Chair. And I know Mackenzie submitted a public request as well, which is in process. And anything that we can get access to from our consultants who perform the studies in terms of raw data, we will get passed on.
Yeah, I would just hate to have it come to that point.
No, I understand. I mean, to Mackenzie's point, it's already in question. It's already in process, right? So
Just a note that the response for the FOIA is due tomorrow.
Okay. There's no, I'll take public comment at the end. But I just wanted to point it out that, like, for us to ask for it, like I just told you, like, say we don't have it, we're going to do it. Like, the whole trust, do I think you're hiding something? I don't know. But I don't know why. I don't know why I have to post a question. I know other board members and I have other questions, but I just wanted to chime in on this, that this could have been alleviated if we actually got it. And like Cam just owned up, and I appreciate that. And I think we can move on from that one topic. So, did you have something else, Melissa?
No, you can move on. Thank you.
Anybody else? Karen?
What is the purpose of just having the greenery cover just the locomotive section?
The community's concerned that after you spent so much time and effort rehabilitating, creating that trail, they don't really want to see an idling train sitting there. And so the point of the greenery is to screen the locomotive.
But you just said it just would cover the locomotive. Why would it not cover the whole train?
Partly because the train varies in length, partly because this is in buffer zone of the Conservation Commission, so we're trying to minimize our impact. And though, I mean, if the Conservation Commission tells us, no, you can't plant those, we can't plant them.
Okay. And then what about one of the sound barriers that like you see on the highway? Is that something that could be put up there?
We looked into it. It's difficult because it's a causeway. It's steep slopes with pretty much the right of way at the top. To build a sound wall there would be technically quite difficult, but then you run the risk of ricocheting the sound off of the sound wall and amplifying it for someone else.
And then my next question was, a resident had brought up having a test for a week of like the lane, the gates going up and down. I don't know if that's been
so. The gates are controlled by the PTC, positive train control signals on the rails. We can't trigger the gates. Okay. We can't interfere with the gates. They are in communication with the trains. Obviously, it's different when we take them offline to service it, but then it's offline and you cannot run a train.
Right. Okay.
Karen?
So quick question. The best thing I heard at the abutters meeting is that instead of 10 years, we could potentially get a new station in 6.5 years. Like,
That's once funding has been secured. So unless there's money to pay for the design and construction.
and am I crazy in thinking that the surtax that funds transportation and education is going to be sending money to the MBTA for these capital projects?
I don't know that any of us are in a position to comment on how the funding of the MBTA is determined, unfortunately. I mean, we could choose all of the millionaires tax to come to the MBTA, but I think that other people disagree.
Right. And I'm really just asking because what I heard at the abutter meeting was that, so it takes 6.5 years to get a new station instead of 10, and I heard that if that happens, this goes away. So I got really excited because there's still a lot of concern in the community. And personally, aside from, well, so there's going to be some exhaust, and there's going to be some noise. It's not going to be driving through the big project that we created. So, this anti-flooding, gorgeous project, I was there yesterday. So the train is not going to be in the middle of it, but I'm not discounting the concerns. So just really asking as a matter of how do we as a community get to the point where we're celebrating like Winchester? Oh my God, our new station is done. It's fully ADA. We're so excited. And then the residents are like, yippee, no more turn back.
Well, the turn back would just be happening in the station. You'd still be having the turn.
I know. None of those people ever come to these meetings. It's so funny. The ones who directly abut the station.
Yes.
Well, I guess we can say a bit more. So, I mean, as we've said to you before about the station, it is still our plan. We're still working on plans for it. And we have, how should I say, an innovative idea to accelerate the procurement, but we still require funds even with that innovative idea. So, Reading is on one of our top 10 for replacement stations at the moment. So, I can't promise anything, as you know. Trying to be super honest with you guys. We may not count us that, but we're trying to be. And we're not giving up on that station because obviously part of the reason for building this turn track is to provide better service.
So we should just keep on our delegation. We have 3 representatives and just keep reminding them that this is really important. Is that okay? All right, thank you.
Melissa?
No.
No? Carlo?
Yeah, I just want to thank everybody that spoke tonight and all the effort that you put in. And I wish we had a say in this. I really do. Because I would vote no. But we don't have a say. We want to hear from you. I'm sure the T wants to hear from you. I'm sure they're sick of you. They filed a notice of intent. But I've been doing this for almost 6 years. And the way you guys galvanized and got together and did the research and just counterattack and attack was amazing, and keep it up. But it sounds like this is going to go through, unfortunately, unless something crazy happens. But and I wish we had a say because I think a majority of us on here, maybe not all of us, but a majority of us would vote this no in a second because it doesn't make sense to me.
I just had a couple other quick questions. So, so the gate scenario that you put up there, why can't you change the gate timing now? Why is Ash Street 74.6 and you can take it off by 2 seconds?
There's a couple small things we're still working on, particularly putting up signs to pin where the locomotive is stopping. It makes them more efficient when they're stopping. We're also just working with Keolis to go through and optimize. We replaced a lot of the signal and gate infrastructure over the last couple of years with all the work you guys suffered. And so some of that is just with the new equipment you need to go through and optimize.
Because I did sit at Ash Street this morning, and you're right, it takes forever. And I just thought to myself, I'm like, they're coming before us here and we're going to increase it. So
that is a geometry issue. It's the same as when you're at a traffic signal that the amber light is timed based on the geometry of the intersection. And it's the same thing with the gates. The longer the area that you're crossing, the longer the gates have to be closed.
Yeah, and that's my biggest concern is the other gate crossing that's increasing by 40. I understand that you're doing 1.5 to 4x, whatever, but that is fairly significant. And I don't know how we're overlooking it. I'm not sure what the police saw or how you could herd 40 cats in that scenario. Like, it's fairly significant.
It is fairly significant. What's important to, what I'm trying to show with those plots that wasn't coming through with just the numbers is those increases aren't concentrated, they're spread throughout the day. So right now, you're getting a little bit more concentrated on the peak times and during the day, in the middle of the day, when there's less traffic on the roads, the gates are closing less often. So that those more frequent gate closures are spread throughout the day. So you actually end up seeing more gate closures during the less busy times on the roads and fewer increases during the peak periods because we're going to have more regular and not so clumped around the, it's not very clumped around the peak periods, but it's a little bit. So it's just going to be more smooth throughout the day.
I might disagree with that, but like it's, I don't see how you go from 20 to 60 and think that anything's going to be smooth, but the pollution aspect, I understand that you go into some other form of diesel. I thought diesel was diesel.
Renewable diesel, it's actually not diesel at all.
Is it more expensive than regular?
Actually, because we're able to get it delivered by rail, we are saving money because we don't have to pay for it to be in trucks.
So it's typically more expensive.
I also think it's more expensive. If you were doing it in your dump trucks or your buses, it would be.
Because I know you did bring up that maybe electrification 10 years from now, whatever.
That is the ultimate goal.
Correct. Yes. But as Melissa mentioned, you're boatloads in debt. I don't see where you're getting the money to do any of this, anything at all, ever. Like, I would never financially make these decisions. I went to college for a week at Boston University. The MBTA was screwed up back then. The MBTA is screwed up back now. It's not your fault, but like, we got to be real here. Like, if the MBTA could be fixed, somebody would have done it by now. And it just seems
the MBTA
like
is fixed incrementally, and this is one of the increments.
I would disagree with that because I don't think it is a good financial decision. I would invite Alistair or anybody else to meet me tomorrow at 10 o'clock. I think it's 10:11, and see how many people get on that train and get off at Reading at the depot. And I guarantee you, the number will be 1 or 0. Guaranteed. And I don't care what studies you have, cameras, whatever. Someone else has a camera. It's my office window overlooks the depot. All I do is go like this, and I see nobody there ever. And my point ends up coming down to that I feel for the neighbors because if I could have it outside my window, I would. It's weird to hear that you would advocate for, worst scenario outside your window, but I would do it because I bought an office overlooking the train depot where trains are. That's like, you can't argue with that. But my big thing is the only time I hear these trains, obviously I hear them all the time, but the only time that I hear them is when they're doing the changeovers, like 1234 or whatever scenario, when they're there for 20, 30 minutes. And these people are going to be listening to that all day. That's the only time I hear them in a double pane window up on the 3rd floor. Like, after 5-10 minutes of hearing it, that's when I actually hear it. I'm like, oh, because the train has been out here this whole time. And it's got to be in their backyard. And it's extremely unfortunate. And the other thing with how I brought up the diesel and all that is the nitrous oxide. I've had severe asthma my entire life. I had no clue other than your presentation that it was actually bad for me. And now nitrous oxide is going to be going over here. And it just seems wild to me. Like, my goal would be, we're not under the EPA requirement by 5 milligrams or whatever thing you have in the chart. We're under by 0. Just like zero it out. We don't want to have any pollution. I don't see how we can be a green community and simultaneously advocate for diesel trains in Reading, Massachusetts. Ever. Never. Give our green community plaques back to whoever gave them to us. Yeah. Like, thank you. It's almost like I want to run for governor. Why is this kind of stuff happening? What world am I living in where we're a green community, yay, or whatever, and now we have double diesel trains going behind people's houses in conservation land with a bird sanctuary over there. And like, I can get 5 feet behind my house in conservation area. You're right, right away. Like, listen, you don't like it, change the rules. I can't change the rules. We gotta play by your thing. It's just, everything is so messed up in Massachusetts. And for you to think that it's gonna get any better and you're gonna have this funding and do whatever, it's all a pipe dream. It ain't gonna happen. And we gotta be realistic. So, Alistair, 10 o'clock tomorrow, I'll meet you over there. And go to the last corner for dinner. It's fantastic. Breakfast, cash only. I'll get you a bacon, egg, no cheese. Melissa, real quick.
Just two quick things. Two quick things. One is, I think it wasn't appropriate for you to say that those idling trains aren't going to disturb residents. They are. I was at Everything But the Dog today when there was an idling train. It literally shakes the ground. Like, it's going to disturb these residents. So I don't think it's fair for you to say it's not going to. Second, the one thing I still don't understand is the train service has not gone back to pre-COVID train schedules on rush hour. I used to take the train, 2008 to 2012. I took the train into Boston. I had to fight as a Reading resident to get parking. There is no issue anymore. We almost leased out parking. We have so much parking down there now. So help me understand why the first step in increasing service to Boston wouldn't be to go back to pre-COVID peak time train schedules.
Okay. So because the riders, as you've just illustrated, haven't gone back to pre-COVID. So they're different people riding different times of the day. And there are also people who are working from home who go in for a meeting, go in flex, and move around childcare schedules and all kinds of other things. So that is the reason why we have moved away, because pre-COVID was a lot of service, commuters only, badged as commuters for a very short period on peak at either end of the day. And if you missed any of those, you're driving. And that is not good. And that is part of the reason that is another one that comes from everywhere around the world, including here in Massachusetts. If you don't rely on your last train, and you know, if you miss that train, you're going to be waiting for 12 hours for the next train, forget about it. You're just not going to risk it. And I've been in that position myself pre-COVID here in Massachusetts, but plenty of others have too. And it is well known, having the shoulder peak, as it's called, having no service is a disaster. So that's why we've gone to this approach, which is reliable, frequent service. And the problem
we were in Malden. I couldn't agree more with you. I lived in the city most of my life. Like, I couldn't agree more with you, but we're not. We're in the suburbs. And I do not believe that you are going to have ridership that financially makes sense for you to do this program. Like, you would have to have, 50 to 100 people on those trains to make this make sense? That's never going to happen.
So, financially, it is a public service, so we are trying to provide a service to give people options. So it is not priced in a way that would be cost positive. There are other places that do that, and as a result having way higher fares and have a very different style of service. But they also have high frequency service too. Because Reading is the end of the turn. It is not just Reading we're talking about all the intervening stations down the line. And B, yes, there are going to be some people in Reading, but there are also going to be some people in Wakefield, a lot of people in Melrose, all those other stations that get to benefit from this. So we can't make a decision with just one place in mind. We are looking at a series of people who would otherwise drive.
And you've talked to the police chiefs in Wakefield and Reading. Wakefield and Melrose.
Wakefield and Melrose.
And the fire chiefs.
Yes, police and fire.
Actually, Melrose brought their ambulance as well.
So I'll open it up to the public for people that didn't speak before, and just please direct your questions to me. The T is not required to answer the questions. So let me just preface that. I can ask them after the fact or get an email, but just understand that they're not required to, and we'll see what we can do with this. You know what I mean? 2 minutes? Yeah, 2 minutes, name and address. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Jim Riley. A lot of good information tonight. Thank you, all of you. I've come to many, many, many meetings. I know all of you almost personally now. I've lived on Hancock Street for 70 plus years. I've tried to stay minimally involved in various changes that have gone on in the town of Reading. It was interesting, the guy that spoke tonight about disabilities. There are times when I force myself to become an advocate for various issues. I feel right now one of these issues is the impact of lives in Reading. 18 years ago, I started getting involved in people with youth with disabilities and seniors with disabilities. At one point in time, I was elected to the governor's office for the State Rehabilitation Commission, and I busted my butt. This leads me to the MBTA proposed second rail turnback track, which I feel has a major impact on the town of Reading as a community and is being driven by MBTA leadership, who, in my opinion, are only looking at the potential business opportunities, but are not looking at the impact of Reading community as a whole, which should include the health, safety, and well-being of my community. One last thing and I'm done. There has been never a discussion about a sound study and the impacts of a sound study on the abutters, homes, environment, properties, and our health and well-being. There is not a discussion about that. Kyle came up earlier today and basically asked for a unique wall. I just want people again to see, this is where the trains will sit behind my house. This close out my back window. And they're gonna be moving, not idling in the conservation land, but moving by my house. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. I'm sorry, I saw her earlier. So. Thank you.
It's sitting too long.
Yes. I don't know.
Okay, but lucky for me, I live at 20 Hunt Street.
Turned it off.
Oh, I live at 20 Hunt Street. And I want to know, where's the
Name,
red
please. Sorry,
Yeah.
restart our timer.
Huh?
Name, address,
Oh, I'm sorry. Beth Stakem, and I live at 20 Hunt Street. I want to know where that sound study was done. In my driveway, or was it in the middle of the woods? There are 5 houses on Hunt Street that abut the train, and that we're going to be impacted the most. I didn't even get a notice about any of these meetings, and nobody on Hunt Street did. I'm more than 100 feet from the tracks, but I should have had a notice. I'm a realtor, and I'm telling you, all our property value is going to go down. And I'll be the first one to come to the town and say, hey, give me a reduction in my taxes. I should have it. Do they know that people don't travel the train into Boston to work anymore? Because most of the buildings that they worked in, these people are working from home. You know, you don't see a lot of people getting on the train, but they want this every half hour. Are you kidding me? You want and hey, wait until all of a sudden they have electric trains. They're trying to get people to drive electric cars, but they're going to pollute Reading with how many trains every half hour? Not needed.
Thank you. Yep. 2 minutes, name and address, please. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Margie Carlman on 52 Hancock Street. I also did not get a notice because I happen to be on the even side of the road. And I know that's true for all my neighbors. One of the things that
has come up in other meetings, although not tonight, is that they based their projections of use on the use of the Fairmont line. Fairmont line is almost entirely in Boston. It's not suburban. A poor comparison in my eyes. The other thing is, and I'm sorry, this is big for me to get. The other thing I'm really worried about is the emissions. To me, it's like Reading saw some of the impact of WR Grace, which was a toxic waste spill. This is spewing into our air that we're breathing. And I hope that gets measured on a regular basis, and that there is a point that they say, you know what, this can't happen because this is too high. It's going to impact all of us. And cancer became rampant, but took a while to identify.
Thank you. Yep, you. Thanks. 2 minutes, name and address, please. Thanks.
So my name is David Comito. I live at 21 Woodward Ave, and I've lived there for 48 years. Last meeting we had at the library, I asked a question about the sound study. You all have two kinds of engines. One that's very loud, absurdly loud, and one that's not so loud. And I asked which of the two engines you used when you did the sound study, the loud one or the not so loud one? Because if you use the loud one, the whole study is invalid. Excuse me, you use the not loud one, the whole study, in my opinion, is perfectly invalid. So I'd like to ask that question tonight.
If the MBTA knows, yes. Yeah.
We heard your question and we checked with Keolis. We made the request for it to be the loud engine, the GP40. Keolis is fairly certain. Unfortunately, when the request was made, the GPS data no longer existed because it only is retained for a certain length of time. So I can't confirm, and I apologize.
So don't you think you should do another one then?
Yeah.
Like honestly, like I understand you owned up to it now, and I really appreciate that because you could have said something else and you didn't. So, that goes to your character, Sharon. So I appreciate that. But like, they're gonna do another one, right? Like honestly, I know you can't commit to something right now to me, but like, you know how this looks. It's not.
When we realized that information hadn't been recorded by Keolis, we were frustrated ourselves because I put in specific requests for that equipment. I was expecting it to be confirmed. So I can appreciate what you're saying, and I just cannot make a commitment.
Correct, but shouldn't the vendor, so if it was Keolis is the one that you put it into, shouldn't they have to redo it, or like?
So
it should be in your dime.
Keolis only idled the train for us. The consultant did the sound set. We hired a consultant to go out with the noise monitor.
So the sound person was good. It's good in air quotes. It's you don't know the train from Keolis though. It was you.
We can't confirm.
So this is more like along the lines of I get a refund, you redo like the kind of scenario, like because his point is valid. I saw in the chart it can't go over this certain amount, and if it did, it would have been bad. But like you don't know which one you used, and to me it would seem like the study was rigged. But I'm not accusing you of rigging it. It just seems as if this has to get worked out before something happens, right? Like just go idle the train. You did it for 20 minutes, right?
It was not quite that simple. The reason why we had to order in those microphones, so we had to pay the consultant to come on board. He had to order in the microphones and work it around the schedule when those microphones were available, calibrate them, find a time when he could put them out.
This is why the MBTA is in debt. I mean, like the decisions, like it's not you who made this decision.
It's late.
Karen, I have the floor. Please, thank you. I just think that the residents deserve a do-over. I think you in your heart of hearts know that you kind of have to do it over. So maybe, you can touch base with some people tomorrow and make a follow-up and see what we can do. Like, we got to be honest here and fair. And if you can't do it, then own up and say we can't do it again. You know what I mean? So the best that I can ask you for is just to please make the request. So, we can put this thing to bed, and perhaps your numbers are correct. And then we're all good on that aspect. But you know what I mean? It just doesn't sit well.
So I have two other questions about the sound study. So the second question is, did you use a 10 decimal penalty for prior to 7 a.m.? Because that's a period of time that, quiet is I believe called for. My last question is, if you redo the study, can you put the microphones where people live, within 10 feet of their house, rather than in the woods? Because if I'm going to carry on a conversation with somebody, it's going to be in my patio, or it's going to be in my backyard. It's not going to be near the train tracks in the woods. It's going to be where I live. To me, that's the relevance. Otherwise, it's studying the effects of caffeine and using decaffeinated coffee is your subject matter. So that would be my suggestion on the sound study.
Thank you. Yeah, if you
So we placed the sound monitors at the ends of Hancock and Hunt Street, as close as we could to the turnback location. So that was capturing as much sound as possible from the idling train. And it also allowed us to put them on public land rather than at a specific person's residence, because we can't put them at every residence. So we put them in locations that were as close as possible to the idling train to capture as much sound as possible. I'm sorry, what was the second piece?
The 10 decibel penalty.
I brought that question to our acoustic engineer. He said that is something that gets applied to the data, and
I'll explain it to you. If you ran a train between 5:30 a.m. and 7 a.m., you would apply a 10 decibel penalty to that train. If you only run it at noon, your consultant's not going to put that penalty on.
So I asked our consultant about it. He said that is not, or that what he did was consistent. I'm trying to remember exactly his phrasing. Essentially, he said that doesn't change the results.
Yeah, that was the point. Because the point, the 10 decimal penalty would be applied at a time when we're not idling the train and not the 24 hours later. So the two bits that actually give the answer, if you want to call it that, are not affected by that policy. Same as that slide that Lucas saw, same thing, doesn't affect that measure.
Did you model, so I guess my follow-up question is, did you actually model a train prior to 7 a.m.?
You can't model the sound because it has to be recorded. Otherwise, you're synthesizing data. So we recorded the train and the adjacent day.
And we were 2 decibels under the allowable limit without modeling the train idling at 5:30 in the morning. 5:30 to 7 a.m. you are idling trains.
The turn service. Yeah.
These answers are just unacceptable.
The turn service is from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. We don't model the noise, we record the noise.
I'm a vice president of engineering for an aerospace company. I would have fired every single one of you if you ran that test for me.
All right. Like I said, just please direct the questions to me. And Lucas, you wanted to ask a question, but you already spoke before, so you're going to have to get somebody else to ask it. Just 2 minutes, name and address. Just please address me because I know,
Sal Russo, 55 Hancock Street. On August 30th at 9:19 a.m., an MBTA train parked directly behind our house, about 50 to 60 feet away. So I just did a little recording.
Put it up to the microphone.
If I can get it to play.
Even I have technical issues, so I can appreciate that.
It's not. Sound isn't coming on. It's not coming on. So it's not playing. So bottom line is, my wife and I could not have a conversation standing at the back doorway of our deck. And it was 50 to 60 feet away. So whatever the MBTA is saying about it will have no effect is not true. Second thing I want to have put on the record, where is the MBTA getting their money for this particular project? And what is the actual construction, engineering cost, design cost that's put into it? Is that public information? Because it is, I think they should supply it to the town of Reading.
Do you have the answer to that? Do we know how much?
So we have received a grant of $10.9 million from the MPO. Any shortfall, we have to secure an alternate source of funding in order to cover the remainder.
You don't anticipate a shortfall though, so it's roughly 11 million. It's not going to be like 40.
There's been a lot of effort put into addressing community concerns that weren't in the original budget. So those funds are no longer available for construction, so we need to identify alternative sources of funding from within our budget.
Okay. And then just real quick, I think the issue ends up being is the slow trains that are idling from the station, as opposed to, because that's the consistent noise that's going, as opposed to just staying stationary. You know what I mean? In terms of the sound.
Slow moving train.
Correct. Yeah, that's what I meant. The slow moving is.
The trains going through now, they're moving pretty fast. Right?
Yes.
Sound, the train.
Yes.
That, the trains are going to move. It's inadvisable from an emission standpoint for the train to get up to full speed just to brake again.
Yeah.
So I understand what you're saying, but that is passing. It won't stay at that slow speed in one spot. It will get to the turn track park and go down to the idle, which is lower, and as far away from the homes as we could manage.
Anybody else? Blue shirt person first. 2 minutes, name and address.
2 minutes. I'll try to be quick. I have a comment and just a couple of questions. Bryce Sheedy, 15 Hunt Street. So I actually live across from Beth. So first and foremost, it's been nice kind of attending this particular meeting tonight. I've been to one probably a year ago when this first started, when this project first came out. But when they're kind of talking about commission with disabilities, they're also talking about having trash trucks with clean energy, and then we're sticking this diesel train in the back of our yard in our communities, one of which I've been to these meetings. I haven't heard a word from the MBTA the entire time, a letter or anything else, even though we talked about how we really screwed up and letting everyone else know what's going on. So my question is, after hearing all the conversations, hearing some of the conversations with other residents, the fact that we wouldn't do another audio study, the fact also that it's in April and not in January or February when there's no leaves on the trees and it is extremely loud, that coupled with the fact that I have young kids and I'm having a diesel train now that's going to be having emissions in there that they're, could potentially impact them as well as all other younger kids in our community. So I think this is a terrible idea. I think it's a waste of money. At no point have I heard, I know we're gonna provide this service to folks, but what does success actually look like if we offer this to everyone? I've heard maybe we'll get 2 or 3 people to attend in the middle of the day. We want to provide that service, but we don't actually ever talk about what does success look like. And if there are 1 or 2 people, Chris, as you mentioned before, or 0 that actually take the train in, are we still going to be offering this every half an hour? I just think that we talked about that. We talked about the commission of the disabilities, and the reason why we're not doing a new station in town is the fact that it costs too much to be ADA compliant. That's not good enough to me. I think the fact that we offer that, we then increase some of the businesses that are in and around Haven Street and all the rest of that area, I think it would be a great service to this community. But by doing a $12 million turnback track that no one wants, that these fine people here have been coming day in and day out to voice their concerns, I think the MBTA or community rail would be doing them a disservice if they didn't clearly hear them, at least adhere to some of their concerns they have already, redoing some of these studies.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. I don't think you have to answer that. I already broached the subject of the sound study. We'll touch base at another time. Sharon's going to find out if they can do it. So all I can ask.
Can we talk about what does success look like?
I don't think it's going to be successful at all. Whatever metrics they have, it's not going to matter.
But I'd like to hear what that actually looks like as far as ridership is concerned. And they offer, because we're hearing these pipe dreams that are coming, but I've never actually heard what the numbers need to be to justify having that service.
It's not about ridership. It's about adding $11 million to their balance sheets automatically.
All right,
That's all it is. It's not about ridership.
John.
$11 million. The asset of constructed traffic.
Name and address, John. Thank you.
Hi, John Watson, 10 Winthrop Ave. Just a couple of points. One, so just to be upfront, this is what I do for a living. I work with the T on commuter rail jobs. I'm employed by Mass DOT. I run big transit commuter rail extension projects. So I've been in this business for a long time, and used to actually run one of the top noise and vibration companies. Probably was the boss of whoever did your analysis. The first point, the 10 dB discount or addition for nighttime noise. That's when you're calculating a average noise over the course of the day. What they did, right, what Sharon showed you was the noise at every one point. So if they were to take that and calculate one number, right, one decibel number, which is an average over the whole day, they would use that 10 decibel. But otherwise,
would it be represented?
But otherwise, that 10 decibel is just right because people are more sensitive to noise during nighttime. That's one point. Another point I wanted to make was about, these guys, they're not going to say it because, it would come off as a threat, but, I don't work for them, so I'll say it. If Reading doesn't approve this, they're still going to move forward with this approach, and they'll just turn back in Wakefield. So the whole stuff, maybe that's fine. Maybe that's fine for you guys, and I appreciate, right, like the neighborhood, that's an issue, but I guarantee you 3/4 of the people sitting in this room moved to Reading because of the location and the access, and that includes the commuter rail. And so if we don't have that same level of ridership, the same level of service as our communities to the south, we always talk a lot about economic development. We will start to lose out in the town, the livability of the town, and the economic of the town will start to subside.
Thank you, John. In the back, please. 2 minutes, name and address. And just please, one at a time, I understand you want to respond, but it's 11 o'clock. To quote Karen, it's late, and it is actually.
Yes, take the time.
In one.
We spent 45 minutes
talking about
agree.
I agree with you.
The priority is that's going to affect our entire community.
I agree with you.
So prioritizing what is going to have the most impact on our community is far more important in this moment than talking about trash trucks.
I agree with you. So go ahead, 2 minutes, name and address, please.
Yeah, Chris Calabrese, 17 Deborah Drive. So I just wanted to hopefully don't make any enemies here. I appreciate everybody's passion for, right, especially if you live near where the trains are, I guess a couple points I wanted to make. Just one of the things that, in terms of ridership, things that have kept me from riding the train, right? I would be a 0 on the train because the train timing does not work. It doesn't take a lot to push you over for that train timing. Number 2, regarding when I moved to Reading, I've been in Reading for about 3 years now, helping coach soccer. My kids go to Wood End, they're 7 and 9. I moved here, I paid an exorbitant price for my house because of the location. That is the reason. If I could have moved closer to Boston, I would have. I could not afford it, I could not find a house. So the things that are keeping the house prices up here are that location to Boston. As you go further away, when I was looking, you're not on the rail line, houses are cheaper. So I just like to say those. And then the last thing maybe I'd like to say is in terms of the pollution, I know if it's acute and you're right next to it, or you get the diesel that you smell. But in terms of, I noticed, Mr. Haley there, that where you mentioned unaware of NOx, maybe unaware of some pollutants. We have down Main Street, we have cars going all the way, we have all the highways around, they're throwing particulate pollution all over the place. We've got gas, if you're using gas mowers, gas blowers, they're producing a lot of NOx right next to you. So there's a lot of pollutants around and things that can get rid of the cars. My son played baseball over at Hunt Field this weekend, walked over to Cafe Nero, walked back. We had to wait a minute and a half at each crossing across Main Street as pedestrians, sitting there with the car pollution right next to us. Things that can drive down car pollution will also benefit from that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Anybody else? Is there anyone online, Maddie?
Yes, we have 2 hands raised. I don't know if either spoke before.
Who is it? Because I can't see anybody.
Oh, it's Kyle Torno and Alicia. I don't see a last name for Alicia.
I think Kyle did, but Alicia definitely.
I did briefly. I brought up the issue of the sound barrier, but I was also wanting to just mention that the town should be asking for monitoring of both the service in the future, the pollution, and the sound levels post installation of this train turnaround.
Thank you. Alicia, go ahead. 2 minutes, name and address.
Alicia Williams, Marla Lane. This is not Field of Dreams. If you build it, they still will not come. The MBTA is trying to find riders between building homes and adding tracks and train times. My business is near the train station. I literally look at the train platform, and every day I watch the train pull in, drop off 2 people, and pick up maybe 5. More trains is not what this system needs. The truth is the MBTA is really stuck in the past, and they are trying to push forward, hoping to garner more riders. I feel terrible for the neighbors of the project, and the MBTA is pushing through, and they will not gain any new riders by bulldozing the backyards of our friends and neighbors. I, for one, will never ride the train again if they do this to my neighbors. The MBTA's problems aren't minor, they're systemic. I tried to take the train out of the garden once and after a concert, and the train leaves before the concert's over. When I asked the MBTA about this, they told me that it's Coelis that won't run the trains past midnight because it triggers a new day inspection. And that's not efficiency, that's bureaucracy. As a side note, my sister came in from Boston last week, and she literally lives next door to North Station. She came to an event at the train station in Reading, and she took an Uber. If that doesn't tell you there's a problem with the MBTA that a new track will not fix, I don't know what will. Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia. I think we've spent a lot of time on this. I know that people are heated. Believe me, if we could, we'd vote with you. You know what I mean? I think that the best that we can do potentially in the future is get the answers to our questions that we'd asked, the raw data. And if I have to call a special select board meeting and have the Board of Health and Conservation there at the high school, then I'll call it and see who shows up. If the MBTA doesn't, they don't have to. That's not on them. Neither is other board members. We still have to have a quorum. But I mean, I think that we've we've gone over a lot today. We've got a lot of answers to questions that we might not have liked. I think that the team has definitely some homework to do. Obviously, they're going to conservation tomorrow. But I think the biggest thing out of this is just getting our data, getting potentially a new study done on the data that would be irrelevant in the first place now, it seems like. But like, I understand that the Alistair, Sharon, Cam, who answers emails all the time, like, I know it's not you per se. What I can say is that I appreciate you showing up here and knowing what you're up against, and against, I don't want to say a hostile group, because I agree with them, and I think that the team's making a massive mistake. But that's not your job description. You're just doing what you're told, and if you don't like it, like, what are you going to do? This is what you're specialized in. So I sympathize with you. I understand. I understand the residents' purview. I just hope that we can come to something that's going to be amenable to everybody. That, like, I don't know if that exists. We all like to think that it does, but like, I don't know. It's disheartening, and I know that people would like to change things if they could, but we have to do with what's in front of us. So I appreciate your time tonight. Please go to conservation, get us our answers that we need, and we'll go from there. Thank you. We've already gone.
Not a comment. It's just there's a lot of questions that are being asked. Is there a place where you can see all the answers, whether it be from MDA or some of the questions that have been asked, or just a central location for this information and not relying on resident support?
I'm not sure that there is. I guess maybe the town can put something up with what's transpired, but like
presentations, frequently asked questions, a lot of emails being sent, I think, by the residents. It would just be great to see it. I think a lot of people.
I agree with you. More transparency.
But also for other folks that aren't in this room, in the town, it'd be great to like point them in that direction.
I'm fairly certain some of the presentations are on the MBTA site. We're supposed to.
Yes.
We're supposed to be.
Some.
So what after a public meeting takes some time for us to make the presentation accessible. The February 25th one, I have not verified, but I know the one from September I verified is up. So I will check. The February one was hosted on your facility, so that may have been a problem. We may not have had the recording if you hosted it, because whoever has the Zoom link owns the recording.
So we might have it on our RCTV YouTube page. But I'm not positive of that, but it should be there, but
Also just think if like the select board is getting a lot of questions and then sending it back to MBTA, if there was just a central location for folks to see that versus asking the same questions over and over again, you folks answering those.
I agree with that.
Just to put everybody on record, since March, we have received nothing. Since March, we have received nothing in written answers. That's 7 months.
I sympathize. I agree that, when I say that people are just doing their jobs, that I would think would be part of their job, but maybe there's other things behind the scenes that we don't know about. But like, you've got the feedback tonight, the questions, the study, like, you're really gonna do whatever you're gonna do to get the study done again. Like, I know you know it. It's whether or not someone else is gonna say to go ahead and do it. But I know that you would do it if you could.
Instead behind our houses.
They have to do whatever they can do within their reason. So, like, okay. Thank you. Sharon, Alistair, Cam, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, he got his video too. So we'll give him a
Put it up
moment.
on the speaker.
I also just want to say that I'm incredibly disappointed by the advocacy that we've had from the town management. We have asked for dozens of questions to be answered, things to be gone back and forth, and we're not to anything. That you please share your concerns with Conservation Committee.
This is what it sounded like, standing on
The exact same questions, and that's
gonna be 20 minutes.
my kids are
Every
going to
half
get
hour of my life. But I don't even care about that. What I care about is my grandchildren's lungs.
I understand.
And please use
I know, I heard that at the abutters meeting, it sounds loud.
make sound studies.
I guess I was concerned, like, sorry.
Not crying. Well, don't do this. We are in a terrible position. And no one gives a shit.
Like
I
everybody.
give a shit. I just ask you to pursue any avenue that you can. 2 kids, one with asthma. And other
trains were
boys.
smelly.
So that's can spend the $12 million so they have, that they have to use a.
I understand.
That's the point is, we know we lived in
Another's rats.
We did not buy this property next to a railroad yard.
All right, we're gonna, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think anything regarding votes, we should be skipping. Unless,
Jonathan's
well,
here.
all right, so now
Ask
Jonathan's
Mr.
here.
Chair, could we, as a board, talk about what we want to get done tonight and what we're going to need to do another night? Okay, because I can tell you the communication policy, that's going to be a lengthy discussion. And it should be a discuss and then vote on another
If
night.
Jonathan was not here, we'd be skipping everything else, but Jonathan, you are,
Okay, all right. Thank you,
Jonathan,
Mr.
you
Chair.
are important, and I'm gonna have to recuse myself for that part of the discussion regardless. So, if it's up to the board, if we are only gonna take one other thing up, I will turn it to Melissa to run the rest of the meeting. And then, yeah, I'll sit in the audience for the next item.
Next item, Recreation Committee.
No, we're not, we're skipping, and I can't recommend to skip something that I can't.
Do we, I think we need a motion to like table for this meeting, like certain items and.
I mean, if,
Do we? We've skipped over other things, other nights, and we haven't.
The appointment will take 2 minutes.
The
do we think,
I'm sorry, I was going,
is
can we just
there,
go to historical for the moment?
we can take people out of order if that's what you want to do.
And then
Well,
Carl,
I
I
think
think
that's-
motion to adjourn and we're done.
I think that's the most appropriate. So let's go to, I believe it's the 32 Lincoln Street roof that you're here for, okay.
Just let me real quick, it's because I own Two Haven, which overlooks this, is my recusal.
Got it. I've read the letter. I don't know if, do you have anything that you'd like to add before we vote on this? Or talk
I
about?
was expecting Mr. D'Amico here as well, so I don't know.
Oh, D'Amico.
The owner of the building who's.
Yeah.
So all we had said in the letter is all I would add. I'd be happy to answer any questions, but.
Maddie, no one else is online, correct?
There's still a couple of participants online. I'm not seeing Mr. D'Amico though.
Okay.
All right, well, my impression, this would be a quick agenda item. It seemed like the property owner and his historical commission would come to a great decision and are ready to move forward and just wanted us to do what we need to do.
I can't represent what his position was. He came before us. We made our recommendation. I'm not sure what he has presented to you.
Just what's in the packet.
Okay, but the only thing that was in the packet was the letter, correct? And the preservation restriction, yeah.
So what you saw in the packet is what the historical commission agreed to?
Yes.
Okay.
Our position is represented in the letter.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to clarify
Yes,
before
thank
we vote. Do we have a motion?
Yes.
We do.
All right.
Move to approve the renovations to 32 Lincoln Street as presented.
Second.
Any discussion of the board? Any discussion, public comment? Maddie, any public comment online?
None online.
Thank you. All those in favor? 4-0.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for coming down. And good job, you guys.
Thank you.
Glad it worked out.
All right, what else?
I guess I'm good now, Melissa.
Yeah.
So I guess, so the rec committee appointment, we only have one. Does anybody have an issue with this? Or we just?
Can I just ask a question
Of course.
informationally? Really? Of course.
Of course.
Okay. So for Vass, Is this how it works for future members that want to join throughout the year, or do they usually go through VAST and then they come here?
It's onesie twosies, typically like an upgrade from somebody from associate to full member would not technically have to be re-interviewed. So that's the catch. That's why we can just do this. If it was one person, that's why it's on the agenda, because it doesn't require VAST
I got you. But if it's a new person who's never been on it,
absolutely.
I got you. All right, thank you.
100%.
So is this a switch, an upgrade or
It's,
a
yes,
downgrade?
non-voting to voting.
Okay, thank you.
And it was advertised for 14 days or whatever, and it's one applicant. So then they can advertise a full position after this. I mean, an associate position, but they can advertise an opening as opposed to whatever happened, right, Matt? We're all good?
We already approved this person anyway. Okay.
Does anybody have any questions on this? Karen, anyone from the public? Anyone online?
Nope.
Thank you. Karen, can I have a motion? Or, yes.
Motion to appoint Giuseppe Federa as a member of the Recreation Committee, term beginning immediately and ending on June 30th, 2028.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? 5-0. Karen wants to table the policy. I think that's fine. Liaison reports, same scenario. Future agendas, same scenario-ish. I don't think we have anything new. Minutes, we can do them at the next one as well, I assume. I have
Motion to
edits.
adjourn.
Second.
Seconded by Melissa. No discussion. All those in favor? 5-0.
Sorry, I was waiting for you. I was like,